Here we go. Something's gonna scare the.
Sorry, Ultra Magnus, or whatever your name is. Tyrone Magnus. I called him Ultra Magnus. I wanted to show that because we got some Evil Dead going on here, you know, and I say that because the Mummy that just came out, this is not the one with Brendan Fraser, the one that's like the legendary movie. They just re-released this, you know, the Mummy with Tones, I think that came out in 2000, the one with Brendan Fraser. And this Mummy is not even a reboot. It's not a remake. It's a flat out insult, if you ask me. And I say that because this movie just did not hit it. Now, I wanted to give a quick little review so I could eat my burger. I don't think the director really tried to make a Mummy just like Brendan Fraser's film was, or even that we make in 2017 that everybody hates, the one with Tom Cruise, the one that was going to establish a whole new dark universe, but they decided to can that project. This one's completely different. It's related to the Evil Dead franchise, the one that just came out, the Evil Dead Rises, that came out like 2023 or something like that. If I look it up, and if I'm looking around, I'm looking at the other screen. I'm trying to see. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna Google it on my phone here to try to to save some time. Evil Dead Rise came out 2023, and Evil Dead Bone is going to be another movie that's going to come out later this year. It's and this is going by IMDb, directed by, well, the director is different. It's Sebastian Vanik or whatever. So it's not Lee Cronin like it was Evil Dead Rise and recently The Mummy. Now, Lee Cronin, his The Mummy is too much like Evil Dead Rise. It's got a family member who is possessed by a demon. Yes, it's not a walking corpse that's simply coaxed by a deity like the original The Mummies were. And all of the Mummies we've had from the Brendan Fraser franchise, and I'm talking about The Mummy with Tones, The Mummy Rise of the Return of the Emperor, whatever it was, the one with Jet Li, I forgot the title of it, The Mummy, the Mummy Resurrected, that one, the one, oh, that's a different one, my bad. Anyway, the one with Jet Li, that one was all established by a curse placed on the person that became the Mummy, via some kind of emperor, empress, or somebody who is connected to like a deity. Only a deity could coax a person to make them become coast to the point where if they ever are disturbed or awakened, they would be a mummy. They'd be unstoppable, be immortal, unless they had to undergo something. But this one is all about a demon. Yes, the demon is locked away. The demon is basically sealed inside the person. The person becomes a host, and that host is sealed away. So it's a little bit like a mummy. They have to make it a little bit like a coast, to the point there has to be a seal and lock that person in a tomb and seal that tomb, or lock the person in a sarcophagus and seal that sarcophagus inside of a tomb. Yeah, so let me tell you how it works. In this movie, a new host, a fresh new host, is basically chosen as a person is chosen to be a fresh host for this demon. Once they put the demon inside the person, they wrap that person up in some kind of things with little symbols on it, Egyptian hieroglyphs. And that pretty much seals the demon inside the host body, inside the host, him or herself. They then put that coast individual inside of a sarcophagus, which they put the sarcophagus inside of a tomb. So it's got like 3 layers of sealing the demon. You seal the demon inside of a human body, you seal that body and demon inside of a sarcophagus, then you seal that sarcophagus inside of a tomb. So it's like a 3-layer process, 3-step process, I guess. So involving a ritual. So it's a little bit more complicated than just an emperor or a deity simply casting a spell or a curse on somebody, and then that person is cursed. Of course, they're wrapped up and sealed inside of a sarcophagus and then a tomb. And if they're ever awakened, all shit breaks loose. So it's still got that vibe of if you awaken the mummy, all shit breaks loose, all hell goes loose. Yeah, it's got that. But let me adjust my camera here. It felt like Evil Dead way too much. Like, it was very similar compared to the Evil Dead Rises. Very much the same. I didn't really like it that much. I gave it like a 3 out of 7, 3 out of 5. If I go on this 10 star scale, I would say about. Actually, let me look at my IMDb score. I think I gave it an IMDb score, if I'm not mistaken. It's over here somewhere. I gave it a 3 out of 10. Yeah, that's how bad this one is. So, don't go watch it, guys. It's not worth it. That's my review, I guess. My short little non-spoiler review. And without further ado, we're just gonna go into seeing what other people think. So, let's start off with the playlist. We got some out of theater reactions. I'll give you a little bit of time to adjust. I gotta get my BOGO out. Trying to eat dinner.
What's going on, everybody? This is an out of the theater reaction for Lee Cronin's The Mummy. This is a horror film by the guy who brought you Evil Dead Rises. Now, this is just a social reaction. The review embargo doesn't drop for a couple of days, so I'm just going to give my initial thoughts as I'm walking out. So I knew nothing about this movie at all. Didn't watch any trailers, didn't see anything. Didn't know if it was a remake of The Mummy. I had no clue. I didn't know anything about it. And it is definitely not a remake of Brendan Fraser's The Mummy by any stretch of the imagination, especially from the director who did this. It's a hardcore, rated R, gory, creepy film. It has some really good visuals, some great kind of jump.
Gotta change the resolution a bit.
Jump scares, if you liked what he did with Evil Dead Rises, you'll probably like what he did there. It's just, this one wasn't for me. It is, again, a very well-crafted, well-put-together horror film. The guy knows how to make horror. It was just, and it is gory. And if you're a person who goes and really likes the gore, then you're probably going to love this. It was too much for me. I'm normally not a, all right, I'm good, let's move to the next scene guy, but I did that a few times. And without getting too much into it, story is that, I'll just say this. To me, this seems more of like an Exorcist kind of demon movie that I've seen Blumhouse and other people do before. That didn't really seem like a mummy movie outside of Kurt's couple of different things with the Lord. But Jack Rayner's in this one. I don't remember the actress's name. She was in Moon Knight. I thought she was really good. The acting is fine. The acting's good. There's just, like I said, it's either you're really going to go and understand this tone and go, yeah, that's what I like, or you're just going to go, yeah, this is not what I like. Like a little bit more of the psychological kind of horror, thrillers, Conjuring, those things. This one isn't for me, but it might be for you. So those are my thoughts as I'm coming out of the theater. So what about you guys? You want to see this one? Click like, comment, subscribe, let me know exactly what you think. Are we planning on checking this one out? And do you like the intense gore? So put your thoughts in there, let me know. Thanks for being here, appreciate it. See you soon.
Christine Alonso. We are at the glamorous AMC Burbank. Everything is here. There's a giant Batman.
We're upstairs from Big Batman.
The Batman statue's downstairs. We just saw Lee Cronin's The Mummy. Don't just call it The Mummy. It's like Tyler Perry's Lee Cronin's The Mummy. You did not enjoy this, I don't think.
No, this movie's stupid. And when it's not stupid, it's like it wants to be a gross out, but it's yucky. Does that make sense? It's yucky, this movie, and I got tired of yucky.
It's really long. It keeps ending.
Yeah.
Movies don't know when to end. Why is that?
Especially because there's one tiny bit of dramatic stakes in this movie, but then they roll it back.
Yeah, that's true.
Which I hate.
The sound design is very vivid. It is both gooey and crunchy.
Yeah.
A lot of gnarly stuff happens. Some things that are very disturbing. Some things that are legitimately like beyond gross, beyond like really, really fucked up.
Little girls and old women really take it on the chin in this movie.
Yeah.
And everywhere else.
Yeah. I don't know that I liked it. Like, I think for a while I admired the craft of it, and I thought it was kind of a cool take on a mythology that we know really well. Like, it's different. Well, right?
It very quickly becomes an exorcism movie.
Yeah.
And there's only so many ways an exorcism movie is going to go. And they're throwing a lot at you. Like, you get, of course, you're going to have bugs in a mummy movie, but you also get your body horror and your exorcism and your, like, creaky old house with a vast network of crawl spaces, Sure, Lee Cronin's The Mummy, whatever. I didn't care for it.
All right, we will go more in depth, non-spoilery in depth on Friday. So come hang out with us then. Subscribe. Do you want to see this? Are you psyched? Let us know.
Yeah, like Conjuring.
Hey everybody, today I am going to be reviewing Lee Cronin's The Mummy, and it was directed by Lee Cronin. It's not The Mummy, it's Lee Cronin's The Mummy, whatever that means. I had never seen.
That means that it's Lee Cronin's version of whatever he thinks The Mummy is. And so, and pardon me, I'm just microwaving my food that I just bought. I'm trying to order these right. I got all my napkins and my keyboard, and so when it just played here. Share. Happy.
A Cronin film before this one, but it is clear that he has an affinity for like gnarly popcorn entertainment horror films like Evil Dead Rise. What is the word to describe this movie?
Crap.
pussy.
Absolute garbage.
Yeah, I'll say this movie is very pussy. It is full of squishy, kind of squirty, greasy bodily fluids, and as one can imagine, it's one of those movies that relies heavily on the gross out horror. This movie builds most of its suspense around the whole things go bump in the night scare tactics, and I would say this movie has everything. It has the knowledgeable professor who can translate hieroglyphics. It has the creepy exorcist child. It has the old Hispanic grandmother who is like mumbling prayers constantly in Spanish. So its approach is very kid in the candy store mentality, and so you sense that they're always wanting to amp up the thrills, the horror textures, amp them all up to 11 so that it's kind of skirting the lines between horror and camp comedy, because this movie is very silly, it's chaotic, and it's completely intentional. Having said all of that, unfortunately the kid in the candy store quality doesn't really work for me personally, because it feels like we're almost throwing too much at the fan, too many cliches at once without being able to enrich them. I would say it's more bull in a china shop than kid in a candy store, and some of it can be fun for sure, especially once it gets to the third act. It's very like Sam Raimi in quality, but to me it's kind of without the wit. It's all bark, no bite. So it starts to settle into repetitive gimmicks, and I kind of get bored with it. The story itself also is too thin, and it's like when everything is up to here, up to this level, I start to get kind of desensitized to it. The story here is about a family. You have a wife and a husband and 2 kids. They live in Cairo because the dad is a TV reporter, and I like that it's set in Cairo. It just makes the setting more interesting. But the daughter is abducted one day. 8 years later, the family is still coping, but she is found one day, and she is found inside of a sarcophagus. So her skin and everything is it's wilted, it's atrophied, and I have to say the way that they made that look, the textures of it with the effects were very cool. To me, the emotional cornerstone of the film should be centered around the family and those dynamics, and then you can build the horror, I think, metaphorically around that. But unfortunately, I didn't buy into the family at all from the very first scene on. It was like they all met a week ago at the first table read. The dialogue is often very stilted between them. There's no chemistry, and all the character motivations are spelled out for you, so it doesn't contribute to the emotional tension much at all. This movie does have cool shots. It has cool zooms. It loves a split diopter effect, but it's all for the sake of being flashy. Very little of it is attached to anything. And sure, you can tell the makers here are having fun, but it's the kind of fun that I don't personally get into. It's very, like I said, it has that kid in a candy store quality to it, but it's like the kid ate too much of it, so now they have a stomach ache. Not to say it doesn't have its moments, and I think the best moments of the film are when it leans into the camp, particularly in the second act. It gets a little more naughty, and I guess it just wanted to be bolder with all of that. There is a line in the midsection where this old lady is at this funeral wake, and she's like, "Oh, embalming fluid, it's like Botox for the skin." And yeah, I thought that was funny. It's just weird because, again, so much of the family stuff is just so disconnected and awkward, but then you get to this scene, it's like you have the blood squirting on the deviled eggs, and I don't know, it's entertaining to me. But again, it's not enough, and the film relies far too much on the tropes we've seen in the past, and we've seen them done better. We've seen the creepy child with the whole exorcist thing before. This film is just really overwrought, and again, when you have so much of that at once, it makes the whole experience feel a little dull, especially when you think about the sound design. It's really giving face here, but it's like, calm down a little bit. Don't be afraid of the silence, even when there's supposed to be like a silent moment before the jump scare. This is just going and it's like shh. It dilutes any tension or any poignant elements of the film for me, and without any emotional ties to the characters, it's just gimmick after gimmick. They all feel like pawns in a chess match, and it's like we put way more work into the special effects and the shock value than we did them. There are people that are going to enjoy this. I would say this is the kind of movie, maybe you're drunk at the sports bar with your friends and you stumble into this movie, you'll have fun with it. Maybe I could see myself having fun with it in that state, because it is kind of hilarious at times. And again, I have to give credit where credit is due. The comedy is not lost on the writers. There's just not enough here. I've seen this done so much much better in so many more interesting ways. I personally would just stream this if you were bored. You know the drill. Just so long as you know what this is, I think you'll be fine with it. But yeah, that's my review. Thank you guys so much for watching. I'm going to plug my website as always. It is deepfocuslens.com. I'm an artist. I do commission portraits, and I also sell prints of my work. If that's something that you're interested in, you can always go to the website below, and if you have a question about a commission or a print, you can always email me. My email is in the description box below. Also, I'd like to give a shout out to my patrons who are great. Guys, thank you so much for your support. Welcome to all the new members. If you are interested in supporting, the link for that is below, as well as the rest of my social media information. You can watch more videos here, and you can subscribe if you'd like.
Get stuck, my eyes.
Catch you next time.
Subscribe. Monkey bullshit, bro.
Yeah, we should have just called it Leak.
I didn't think the movie was that good. I thought it was pretty crap. The movie to me, it could have been way better.
Cronin split diopter shot the movie because there are so many in here, and Letterboxd users are losing their minds over this.
Then everyone loses their mind.
That is interesting. Let that load a bit and let me put this in. Why is this taking its lovely time every time I make an adjustment? Oh. It didn't save a goddamn thing. Look at that shit. Not a goddamn thing. It's like I've got demons all around me and shit. You know, every time I try to do one little thing, something has to fuck up. Every single fucking time. One little thing. Because the shit ain't working. Like, I don't know if it's the internet or just the services. Nothing's flowing right. Anyway, this movie it was terrible. See? What the hell? God damn. You know. Let's see what this does.
Why? That's right.
Hey, he used him effectively, and this movie freaked me out. No Brendan Fraser to be found, and they've made sure to make that clear to us on Twitter, Instagram, like this is not part of that franchise. This is Lee Cronin's The Mummy. And his name's in front of it. Is it part of the title? It is part of the title. Look at you, Lee Cronin. You're the new Tyler Perry. Let's get into this. What's this movie?
So instead of like Lee Cronin's Evil Dead Rises, it's just Evil Dead Rises, but he wanted to make sure you know it's his version of The Mummy, so he said Lee Cronin's The Mummy.
Movie all about? So there's a couple, one nurse, one journalist, and the young daughter of disappears into the desert without a trace. And so we see the devastation of that. Someone kind of comes into the garden and says, "Hey, why don't you follow me, kid? Here's an apple." I wish we would have lingered a bit more on that devastation, because it feels like as soon as it happens, we don't really get to see the fallout, the mourning. We assume that happened, and the movie's long enough already, trust me, but we kind of cut forward 8 years later. We pick up with the family. They've slowly got away from that devastation. And look, as a father of two young, beautiful, wonderful daughters, that introduction freaked me out, and I hated everything about it. Lee Cronin, you bastard. It was very effective. We'll just say that. And so, mission accomplished on pissing me off as a dad. And so I was kind of into the movie at that point. Like, okay, let's see what they do with this version of the Mummy. We pick up, they find her. It's a version of her, and thus we get our experience of the family taking care of the daughter, and for some reason bringing this exorcist figure into their home.
You what?
Let's start from a general standpoint, right? This movie does a great job with the way it conveys these freaky moments featuring the daughter, who's now a little older, but she's not talking, not really acting like a human. And again, for some reason, they're just like, she will be so much better in your care at your home when she literally looks like a mummy. And so there's a little pause there, but I understand as parents, you want to do whatever it takes to get your daughter or child back to normal, so they bring her into the house, and instead of, letting her hang out on the first floor, they're just kind of bumping her up the stairs. I'm just like, all right, what are we doing here? And so it's a little, I don't want to say clunky in its execution, because obviously this was all done on purpose, but the moment she starts doing some of these freaky things, and I won't get into the details of what she does exactly, but we'll just say one thing. There's a point to where she kind of levitates off the bed, and yes, she's still on her legs, but I'd be thinking at that point, instead of calling a doctor, I understand the wife is a nurse, my wife's a nurse. My wife would be like, yeah, let's call a priest. Let's get a...
It seems like everybody's wife is a nurse nowadays. No woman believes in staying home. It's always a nurse or... this is a feminine job.
Priest in here, because this is not the Mummy, this is The Exorcist. And so this really should be called Lee Cronin's The Exorcist, because it's The Exorcist. So I was thinking, they're using that title. I understand she looks like a mummy, and there is a little backstory here, and obviously we get into the details of what happens, and Jack Rayner's character gets hit by sand, so obviously that's the mummy, right? I thought it was a little odd that this felt more like an Exorcist movie for quite a while. That said, the style behind it, the split diopter shots, the way that the camera moves, the scares in general, and just the greasy, nasty, liquidy moments of this daughter, and you understand that there's something more happening here.
I know it's all about a curse of sorts, but when it seems a little bit too much like an exorcism movie, it is an exorcism movie, but because I know what he was trying to do. He was trying to copy the same thing he did with Evil Dead Rises or Evil Dead Wise. I don't remember if it was single or plural. And that movie was creepy. He did well with that one. If I go into the I'm gonna go into like Evil Dead Hill. And that other trailer we saw at the beginning for Evil Dead Bone, that did look different. It did not look like the Mummy or Lee Cronin's The Mummy or Evil Dead Rise. It didn't, and I could tell it's got a different director. And the reason why I'm talking about the Evil Dead so much is because you can tell, according to my upcoming events, AMC is having the Evil Dead 45th anniversary. We Live the Horror this coming Friday. Hopefully I won't be working. But anyway, going back into it. I gave this movie a 7 out of 10. And the only reason why I made it 7 out of 10 was because even this one is too much like an exorcism movie. And I get it, they're all like that. They're all like exorcism movies. But when you keep doing that, the audience becomes tired of it. And so, but this one was a really good Evil Dead Rise. It was really good. Anyway, so I'm going to go back to the original. Oh, by the way, this actress in this movie that plays the mom in this movie, Evil Dead Rise, 2023. I mean, just look at this. Just look at this shot here. Look, this right here. Let me see if I can zoom in. No, I can't zoom in. Can I? It's scary, right? The face. It looks scary. That looks like if you stare at it too long, she'll come out from behind you. Mommy loves you to death. Evil Dead Rise. And I'm looking over at the TV because that's where the screen is. So, going back down, it's loading. It's got to load because it's going back to the page. Like if you just look at this shot right here. That's fucking creepy, man. Yeah. The eyes, the mouth, the blood, that is creepy as hell. He did that one well. Very good. Very, very good, in fact. But the Mummy, his version of the Mummy, I'm gonna say he should have done better. But what was that woman's name? Oh, Lily Sullivan, I think her name. Was that her? Oh no, Alyssa Sutherland, that plays Allie. This woman. She's in this movie, The Mummy. She plays a teacher, whom the younger girl calls a cunt. I hate these fucking advertisements, man. That's why it takes so long for pages to load. Is these damn advertisements. Oh, Vikings. Anyway, let's get back to Austin.
Here, than she's just unaware of her surroundings and constantly spitting in the faces, literally, of her parents and the people around her. But at the same time, I'm thinking the decisions being made by the parents in the beginning of this movie, one red flag after another. I always say this: you're on a date, you get so many red flags, you continue because the girl's hot, right? Why do you do that? Are you stupid? I'm thinking similarly towards the parents in this movie. Why are we continuing on without calling the literal, the biggest church you can find? I don't care where you're located. And, you know, maybe they're not in a place to where it's going to be easy to access something like that, but make a phone call over to the States. Do you not have friends say, hey, can we get Pastor Dave down here? Because my daughter that's been gone for 8 years is summoning the force of Satan underneath her breath. Well, that's not what happens. Instead, they let their kids stay in the house. They let their youngest daughter be in the same vicinity of the eldest or the second eldest child, and just a lot of weird parenting decisions here. And you know, again, it's a horrible situation. The daughter that they and their daughter is in, it's breaking my heart. It's really moving me on that level because they get their daughter back, and that was a very emotional moment. And again, the style is really cool. I don't fully buy into calling this Lee Cronin's The Mummy. I guess that's just a way to distinguish it from the Brendan Fraser movies. But Lee Cronin's got some sauce, okay? I made a joke about the split diopter. They work. Okay, they're cool. And some of these transitions and edits, and then the way that the scares are put forward, and we've got the very generic things like black sludge into the bathtub, but there are other moments like you're lifting up a rug and you just see this nasty, what is happening with our daughter with this household? And that's when you start to kind of expand, and it becomes kind of an investigative journalism movie because, you know, Rayner's character is in that space, but he starts to figure some things out while letting his children remain in the house. I'm like, brother, if you're figuring this stuff out, if you're going to this professor and you're trying to understand the language and there's something deep, dark, and sinister at play, and you see the lights flicker on and off in your house, you wouldn't think to go check on your daughter? Like, what? Is that not the first that, well, maybe I should go check on the youngest child because the spawn of Satan's living in the bedroom. Look, I know I'm giving this movie flack from a character decision-making standpoint. That said, I do believe the ambition behind this film and what it's attempting to accomplish and kind of combining the, Conjuring type family scares setting. I mean, it's obviously just kind of their own version of The Exorcist, but combining that with like I don't want to make the comparison to Seven, because Seven's one of my favorite films ever, but like the investigative, we're going to put these puzzle pieces together and figure out, we're going to solve the mystery of the murder, but really the kidnapping, but there's something a lot deeper and more sinister at play, and that's when the title of The Mummy comes in. And so, it is Lee Cronin's The Mummy. It just takes us to a bit to get there. And there's this lore that we see at the beginning, we see in the middle, then when we start to figure out who kidnapped her, there's this lore that is explored that does make it The Mummy, right? It just takes us a bit to get there. But if you are on board for this journey and you just like the gruesomeness and the sound design, the effects that come into play, both from an audio, visual standpoint, I believe as a horror fan, you're going to really dig what this movie has to offer. And as frustrated as I was with the decision-making of the parents, and maybe it's because I am a parent, at the same time, I do see you're going to be blinded by the fact that your daughter of 8 years has returned from the dead. For some reason, she showed up in a sarcophagus. I can't speak words. I think I'm going to end up more positive than maybe even you expected when this review started, because it is so interestingly pieced together, and I didn't have really a lot of issues with the flow and the pacing and even the grittiness, the gruesomeness. It was never too much for me as a parent, as someone with multiple kids now, and seeing, well, one daughter is, the spawn of Satan, the other two kids are still in the house. Why is that happening? But it is interesting to see how it comes together. And they do make it in the third act of this film. Now, I won't dive into detail. I do feel like there was a little missed opportunity with how they ended it. That said, it was an appropriate build-up to that for me. And so, most importantly here, I want to know what you all think. What is the best Mummy movie? Should I rank the Mummy movies in a YouTube short? You'd have to hit the notification bell to see that, but I may do that. The Tom Cruise, the Brendan Fraser.
Bro, if you rank any more movies, I will unsubscribe for you. Unsubscribe from you, because I cannot stand it when YouTubers, these reviewers, they always have to rank everything. Like, you don't have to rank every film. Stop it. Please just stop that shit. We don't want to see that. Did I add this? I think I added Cody to it. I added him to the wrong playlist. Yeah, that's how much I don't like. I don't like Cody. No, that's not true. It's just one day he said something to me, not to me, but he said something in a comment in my old channel that I didn't like. And reviews. Stop it. Anyway, yeah.
Sure, not this one, but I did enjoy this one more than I anticipated, even with the script that felt lackluster as it was happening. Leave your thoughts down below. If you want to share this review, like it, hype it up, all those things. We're back, baby. We're reviewing everything. And Lee Cronin's The Mummy is packed with style and scare. Surprisingly, it plays more like an Exorcist film. Most of its runtime with a splash of investigative thriller thrown in. And this gruesome tale pulls no punches. Sure, the main couple makes some insane.
Am I subscribed to this dude? That's why I stopped watching, because they always got to make some kind of wanking.
Main decisions, but if you're a fan of the genre, there's a lot to like here. Never settles in, leaves a bit on the table, yet the ambition behind telling a fresh, different type of mummy story is actually kind of appreciated. I don't think this is going to play extremely well with critics, but I'm a little more positive than negative, which is very interesting, especially when I first heard about this film and how people were walking out of the test screen. Regardless, thank you so much for checking this channel out. Next week is Michael, and we're getting back into Oscar talk, man. Way too early prediction.
Bye.
Yeah, getting this to you a little late. Sorry about that. I was at CinemaCon in Vegas last week. More importantly, made it through Vegas without having any alcohol. 2026 is still a dry year for me. I learned a very important lesson here, though. Sober Vegas? Lot more boring than drunk Vegas. Vegas is so much fun as long as you're slowly poisoning yourself while doing it. I don't know what you want to do with that information. I'm rambling. Let's talk about Lee Cronin's The Mummy.
Get a job.
So Lee Cronin's The Mummy is written and directed by, check this out, this is crazy, Lee Cronin. It's a reimagining of the story of The Mummy, so it's not really going to look like The Mummy as you knew it. They've done the same thing with Invisible Man, Wolfman, now The Mummy. This is one of the ones that... Okay, story starts out, there's this family, husband, wife, son, daughter. The daughter gets kidnapped, then there's a time jump. They find her 10 years later in this really old sarcophagus. And she looks like a complete and total disaster, in which the doctors, of course, are like, she's good to go home. There's nothing that medical professionals could possibly do for her that the love of her family can't do also. Cracked me up. They were like, she's kind of locked in, she's catatonic, no sudden movements, no shock to her system. You know, just remain calm. Then when they get her home, they get her up the stairs, the way you've ever gotten any heavy box up the stairs with a hand truck, just ga-dun, ga-dun. No shocks to her system, guys. Pretty sure you might have just killed her. And wouldn't you know it, the moment they get their daughter, who's been missing for a decade, whom they found in a 3,000-year-old sarcophagus, who looks like that wallet you've had in your pocket since 1995, back in the house, creepy things start happening. Funniest thing to me are the reactions to this movie, because I've only heard that this movie is the grossest film of the year, which is an odd way of not saying if it's good or not. Gross doesn't mean good. Can confirm, though, it's the grossest film I've seen this year. Only thing is, it's not really focused in any meaningful way. You can say it's cinematically interesting. The camera's all there at the wound with the depth of field. It's all peeling the skin. Sound effects sound like someone's stirring mac and cheese. But okay, Lee Cronin's obviously a fan of that guard of horror movies. Evil Dead. I mean, obviously, he did Evil Dead Rise. But in the sake of this movie, I mean, it feels like Dime Store Dead Alive. Where Dead Alive's gross and it's made to make you wince, but it's done in kind of a tongue-in-cheek kind of way. Also a very unexpected King Kong tie-in with Skull Island. But it has stuff like that in here. You know, blood gets coughed, sneezed, or otherwise sprayed on food. And people are eating the food. Sound design sounds like someone's stirring mac and cheese. Only thing is, this Mummy movie isn't done in any real fun way. It takes itself seriously enough to be boring about it. Also, I didn't like the family. It's the illogical decision making in the film. At a point, the husband's like, hey, maybe she should stay in a place that could help her more than here. The wife is like, look, just because she looks like a cardboard box the FedEx man left in the lawn while it was raining does not mean she can get better help elsewhere. Does she need to be here? No, I need her to be here, and my wants supersede her health, obviously. Then at a point in the movie, she tells her husband, look, maybe she should stay somewhere else. You know, if I'm spitballing good ideas right now. Thought of it myself. You like that? I know. Pretty good. There's a bit of tension there in the household. The implication being this demon thing. It's kind of what it does. The demon does a lot of things. It's more interesting to think about moments like that being a byproduct of this thing being in the house. Or it just makes the leap to become Dime Store Evil Dead, in which the kids get possessed and they start doing crazy things too. Too many irons in the fire as well. There are too many plot points going around and trying to figure out what's going on. It really does bring into focus why in movies dealing with the supernatural, you might come across more than a few of these movies in which the main character doesn't have a family, or the cops are in on the whole occult thing. Why? Because it just narrows the field down to who they can go to and who you're dealing with here. This movie does not trim any branches, so there are a lot of branches going out here. Husband going to the cop trying to find out what's going on, cop going out there trying to find out what's going on, husband goes to this professor trying to find out what's going on. Professor gets back to him and then goes, hey, I'm not actually a character in this movie. I'm just here to tell you what's going on in one scene. Later. Then that guy's just gone. And the movie's way too long. How long is this movie? 2 hours and 14 minutes. Yeah, that's way too long. You could shave a half an hour off that runtime. No one would miss it. Because movies like this are meant to deconstruct the IP, right? But if you deconstruct the deconstruction, all you have here is another one of the 1.5 billion movies about a demon tormenting a family by possessing a little girl in the family. You can have all the Egyptian lore wrapped into the possession movie you want. You could have Santa Claus wrapped into a possession movie if you want. One of Santa's elves from the North Pole possesses a little girl and torments a family through the possession. But what you'll have there is exactly what you have here, a cliched dime store exorcist movie. A movie I'm not going to remember in T-1 day. Yep, already forgot. This movie's top priority seems to be grossing you out or making you wince, but that doesn't mean it's making something that's good. Alright, so Lee Cronin's The Mummy. Have you seen it? What did you think about it? Whatever you thought, comment below, let me know. And as always, if you like what you've seen here and you want to see more, click right here to see more.
Movie is not good. He's crazy, but he's right. Oh, the movie was absolute garbage.
So in the first few minutes of this movie, the lead character, a news reporter, talks about how he's self-conscious about the way that he talks with his hands during his broadcast. And how
that was the only good part, actually. Now that I remember, that was the only good part, was how he's always doing this in all of his journalism videos.
That might turn away his potential audience. And it was at that moment that I felt personally attacked by this film. Why is it that talking with your hands is such a point of contention for some? If it helps, just look at it as I'm conducting a symphony of truth.
Let's discuss.
I watch so you don't have to.
Before we continue, I want to make a comment about talking with your hands, because it does need to be addressed. How many videos is this? 1, 2, 4, 6. I might have copied something by accident. What was that? 4, 5, 6. I'll have to adjust that. So talking to you about with your hands seems that's what women do. It's just too vote. A second. If I were to do this all the time, and every single sentence, every single word, every single syllable, every time I speak, every time my mouth moves, it'd be just annoying. Because this is a distraction. When you're doing this all the time, it's a distraction. You want people to focus on your mouth, really your eyes, but your entire head, and not just your hands. So, yeah. It's a good thing to put in a Scary Movie 7, if they make a Scary Movie 7, and use this, which I think they should do.
Before I get started, I'd like to kindly ask that you hit the like button, and please subscribe to the channel for more content just like this.
What are you waiting for, huh? What are you waiting for?
The young daughter of a journalist disappears into the desert without a trace. 8 years later, the broken family is shocked when she is returned to them. However, what should be a joyful reunion soon turns into a living nightmare as she starts to transform into something truly horrifying. Okay, so the people behind Lee Cronin's The Mummy have been doing everything in their power to try to differentiate this film from other mummy movies. Even the official Blumhouse account on X has been obsessively posting that Brendan Fraser is not in Lee Cronin's The Mummy. And just the fact that they called this movie Lee Cronin's The Mummy, when most people don't even know who the Lee Cronin is very telling. No, this is not a continuation of Brendan Fraser's The Mummy movies. And Lee Cronin's biggest movie other than this one is Evil Dead Rise, which I did not personally care for.
No, don't like that.
So needless to say, I went into this movie with relatively low to mediocre expectations. What Lee Cronin's The Mummy is a modern reimagining similar to what was done with The Invisible Man in 2020, a movie I liked, and Wolfman in 2025, a movie that I did not like. Now when you hear reimagining, that term, a movie in 2020, a movie I liked, imagining, similar to what was done with The Invisible Man in 2020, a movie I liked, and Wolfman in 2025, a movie that I did not like. Now when you hear reimagining, that...
Honestly, I liked Wolfman more than I liked this movie.
That term does tend to rub some people the wrong way, and I do understand that. Because a lot of people feel like if you're going to reimagine a classic character or story to the point where they become almost unrecognizable, then why not just call it something else? And listen, in some instances, I do feel like that's a fair point, and that people are just trying to capitalize on an established name. But there are other instances where a classic franchise, a classic character, is in need of a reinvention. And The Mummy to me is one of those properties. In fact, I feel like a lot of the classic Universal monster movies, if you are going to redo them at this point, you can't just try to recreate what past creators have already done. And Lee Cronin, to his credit, does take The Mummy in a completely different direction than any other Mummy movie prior to this. It's actually a bit more of a personal take on the material, where the horror that is playing out reflects the emotional anguish of a family being ripped apart by a traumatic event. And there is a certain weight to this movie because of that a lot of movies like this don't usually have. And listen, there's going to be a lot of people out there who see this movie and say that it's more of a Conjuring movie or more of an Exorcist movie than it is a Mummy movie.
It is.
And I do understand those gripes to a degree. It has elements of those types of movies and then somehow successfully weaves mummy lore carefully throughout it. So it's very much a mummy movie that turns up the intensity, leans into the body horror, and makes for a pretty unsettling experience. There were moments in this movie that absolutely shook me to my core, based purely on just how disturbing they were.
What the hell am I looking at? When does this happen in the movie?
I mean, placing children in these up situations is almost always going to be enough to make me personally feel uneasy. But they take it a step further and give the film a creepy haunted house atmosphere, mixed with the pure chaos and grotesque nature of an Evil Dead film, and it all kind of works, much to my surprise. They maybe went a little bit too much at times with the gross out moments, where it did feel like they were trying way too hard to get a reaction, but it wasn't enough to ruin the experience. This movie also has a surprising amount of subtle, dark humor to it that again makes it feel like it is heavily inspired by the likes of Sam Raimi. As far as the more horror elements go, I already mentioned how the film contains tension and atmosphere, which to me are the two most important things in any horror film. But the third most important thing is practical effects, and I'm happy to report that it uses practical effects as well. It does get a little too CGI happy towards the end of the film,
What with it next?
which is kind of inconsistent with the rest of the movie, but there were practical effects used effectively when it mattered, And that's all you can really ask for. One of the things that I didn't really care for in this movie was the mummy itself's design. I don't know what other way they could have done it, considering how the entity is created and depicted, but the design just didn't scream the mummy to me. More like a disfigured, possessed little girl, contorting her body in weird ways, which was the most uninspired aspect of this movie. For something that's supposed to be a bit more outside the box, I expected a little bit more as it pertains to this creature's presentation. You could say that it is unique to mummy movies, but it's not unique when compared to horror movies in general. Also, if I was a betting man, I would say that James Wan, who is a producer on this film, had his hands in this creatively more than your typical producer does. I say that because of the way that the film depicts its family dynamic and how the whole concept hinges on you actually caring about the family involved. And all the more emotional moments in the film were definitely felt. The panic associated with a young child going missing. The difficulty of picking yourselves back up after something like that happens and trying to move on with your life. The way that this movie depicts the characters showing real feelings of guilt and resentment was incredibly relatable. And it's all brought home by some pretty great performances, especially by horror movie standards. Far too often, the human element is overlooked in films like this, and it tends to make for very hollow-feeling horror films, but thankfully The Mummy managed to avoid that.
I like it a lot.
There is also a mystery element to this film that kind of plays out simultaneously as all the family drama is going on. Watching a detective try to get to the bottom of what happened to this little girl with very little information to go off of. Some of the revelations and discoveries did feel like a little bit of a stretch, but it wasn't enough, again, to take me out of the film. One of the things that did kind of bother me early on about this movie was just the idea that the family would continue to try to care for this girl after more and more weird shit continues to happen. I mean, it's pretty clear early on in the film that they are out of their depth, and that no amount of normalcy is going to fix this problem. And it does take maybe longer than it should for the characters to come to that conclusion. But after a while, I did buy into it, because the film made me believe just how desperate they were to make up for the fact that she was taken in the first place. So while it did feel like a stretch that they weren't picking up on these very obvious red flags, I do think that the film does a decent job of trying to explain away some of those lapses in judgment. I mean, addressing it on screen rather than not addressing it at all and taking your audience to be a fool is always the better option. In the end, I enjoyed Lee Cronin's The Mummy a lot more than I thought I would. Mummy traditionalists are sure to have a problem with it. But if you are open to fresh interpretations that at least try to maintain some of the spirit of what came before,
to make it
then this movie might be for you. Ironically, the people involved spent so much time trying to differentiate this movie from other mummy movies, but
so he moves to Albuquerque, New Mexico, and all of a sudden this junior detective moves to Albuquerque, New Mexico. How convenient is it for the detective that you trusted, who can't do anything? Dahlia Zaki moves. She's now in Albuquerque. So she traces the letter to the house in Esmo.
I actually feel like if you watch it, the movie pretty much stands on its own and didn't need any of that. And that's why I'm going to give Lee Cronin's The Mummy the pleased Palpatine. movies before, then this movie might be for you. Ironically, the people involved spent so much time trying to differentiate this movie from other mummy movies, but I actually feel like if you watch it, the movie pretty much stands on its own and didn't need any of that. And that's why I'm going to give Lee Cronin's The Mummy the pleased Palpatine.
Good. Y'all be cool. Right on.
From visionary director Lee Cronin comes his newest film in the Evil Dead franchise, this time referred to as Lee Cronin's The Mummy. I know you've been loving this shit right here. Lee Cronin. What? He put his name in the title of the film because he's artistic like that. And I suppose the movie's a tad artistic too. Taking a lot of creative liberties with the title The Mummy, and I'm going to get into them in a spoiler-filled video. I already reviewed the movie a couple days ago, so if you want to check that out, feel free to. And subscribe to the show, Adam Does Movies, while you're there. I post lots of movie reviews, movie live streams, reactions, and just overall a lot of movie content every week. Would sure love if you stuck around. Okay, I'm going to get into this film, and I just got to warn you, this is a hot trash mess of a film. Not necessarily awful for some of you. You might enjoy what it's putting down, but for me, it was an endurance test to get through that 2 hour and 14 minute runtime. And I can promise you, I'm going to recrap this movie a lot faster than that. Let's begin. Charlie Cannon, a reporter in Cairo, Egypt, is about to get his big break. The only problem is that very same day, record scratch, his daughter went missing. That's right, his little Katie Cannon, who he calls Butterfly, flew away from home. And much like a butterfly, she finds herself cocooned as well. Did he do that on purpose? He never makes a reference to that, but that's got to be intentional, right? Because she's mummified. A butterfly cocoons itself. It's right there. Lee Cronin is brilliant! Making matters worse is Larissa Cannon has a bun in the oven. So the family's obviously dealing with a lot right now. But what actually happened to little Katie Cannon? Well, unbeknownst to the family, Katie had herself a friendship with the girl next door. Girl was giving her chocolate bars, they're swapping stories, they're going out for drinks at the club. No, these are little kids. That's completely inappropriate. You know what else is inappropriate? Being a grown-ass woman, giving a child a peach to knock her out, taking her back to your place where you're going to perform some sort of ceremonial chant ritual, transferring a demonic entity from one body to the new one. That's what I would call inappropriate, and that's exactly what happens to little Katie. We're not going to find that much out, though, until the final act reveal. Up until that point, it's all kind of a little bit of a mystery. I mean, we know that she was taken by this woman. We know that this woman has in her possession a sarcophagi down in the basement, which I guess is a pyramid. That's going to be your Mummy reference for the film. Because I've gotten ahead of myself. I should really pump the brakes and back up about 15 minutes into the film. Beep! We start out, I believe, with a family heading to their place in the country. It's a wife, a husband, a couple kids in the back. When they enter into their little cottage, they see their Tweety bird in the cage has died, coughing up some gross black blood or something. The mom takes the bird. It is time. Crushes it in her hand like a boss bitch, and then goes down into the basement pyramid thingy that they have in the shack with her husband or lover or whoever he is. It doesn't matter, he's gonna die. They pull on some chains buried into the dirt, pull that shit up, which reveals a secret trap door. They torch their asses downstairs. They get to the sarcophagus where they have a little pulley system to lift the top off, but they're just going to go an inch. They want to just see if this guy's moving around in there. Because here's the deal, yo. When we finally reveal what's going on, it all kind of makes a tiny bit of sense. Basically, there's this demonic creature who centuries ago was roaming the lands, laying waste to anyone in its path, until they found a way to trap him into a human vessel where he would remain imprisoned until the vessel was weak or something and he could break free again. So the lady sees that it's time. They got to find a new vessel. And who better than the youth, right? They live longer. They got all that youthful energy. They're going to put this thing inside of little Katie. But before that happens, we have to get our first death out of the way. One of, I want to say 2? I think there's only 2 deaths in the whole movie. Maybe 3. I don't know. I can only remember 2. The sarcophagus is open just an inch. That's all it takes. At least that's what I tell my wife. And the creature mummy thing inside is able to break one of the latches. It flies around and fish hooks the husband underneath the jaw, hanging him into the air, suspended like a scarecrow. The wife's like, good, I've been trying to get out of this relationship for like 20 years now. You did me a favor, mummy thing. So now that I've given you a little bit of the lay of the land, let's fast forward 8 full years into the future. And we're...
You don't have to do all that, man. Damn.
Back with the Cannon family. -1. But actually they added 1 with the baby, so they're actually even with 3 kids still. Katie going missing kind of did them a favor. No, they miss her. It was a tragedy for sure. They're now living in Albuquerque, New Mexico. The dad clearly gave up on his dreams after he lost his daughter. Thanks, Katie, you selfish little brat. You ruined his life! And I don't know if the grandma lives with them, but she's sure coming over a lot. It's almost obnoxious how much we see that old hag. And you know who else is coming over soon?
You talking about a whole fucking
Katie
continent,
Cannon.
nigga.
They found her, baby. Katie's back, baby! But she's a little bit different than the last time they saw her. They get the call while going out for a slice of za. The son, I believe, wanted 2 slices. This was a whole kind of family dispute. I don't even know if they got that pizza because a call comes in.
Okay, so...
Someone on the other end has informed the family that Katie's alive and currently at the hospital. So they get their ass on a plane to Cairo and go to see their kid. I think they go to Cairo, unless this was at the Albuquerque, New Mexico hospital. I don't think so. There's going to be a lot of just jumping back and forth. I mean, how far is Albuquerque from Cairo anyways? It's probably like a couple hours drive,
but eventually
right?
she gets to
assume
Albuquerque.
that's how close it is based on what's going on in this film, every other scene. It turns out little Katie was found in a sarcophagus that crash landed in the woods. She's in rough shape, to say the least. She looks like hammered shit. This girl looks less healthy than Voldemort does from Harry Potter. Her nose is all like kind of smashed in. Her face is just pasty white, slimy looking. Her hands are in completely jacked up positions, and she is a loose cannon. If you breathe wrong, if you say the wrong thing, if you make too much noise, show too much sunlight in the room, she loses it. She attacks you. She starts clawing and screaming and convulsing and moving her body in weird positions. It's not healthy. It's really not healthy. She looks malnourished, but her vitals look good. And because of that, the hospital thinks she's ready to go home. That's going to be the best place to recover. Listen, I can't speak to the quality of hospital care they have over there in Cairo.
Okay, since you travels
Albuquerque, for that matter. I do know this. If my kid looks like the only thing that's going to help her is an exorcism, I'm not pulling her out of the hospital. But they do. They do. Mom's excited to get her home. They wheelchair her ass to her bedroom, which is up like 3 fucking flights of stairs. And I don't know how much of this is supposed to be comedic intentionally, but I was actually chuckling to myself pretty heartily during this scene as they slam her in her wheelchair up every single step. And they make a meal out of this. It's like watching John Wick fall down all those stairs in the 4th movie. I kept thinking, like, are we going to cut away? I think I've seen enough. I get it. But nope. Wheel slamming into the step. Wheel. Slamming into the next step. She jostles. Wheel. Next step. And after a while, you can just see Katie is not having it anymore. Her face is just so annoyed by the whole thing. Again, moments like this work better as a comedy, which I think in a Peter Jackson type film, such as The Frighteners, or even something older like Monkey Brains, aka Dead Alive, would work way better because it's humor first. It's got this outlandish premise behind it. The Mummy, though, is playing most of it very serious. So when you have these sudden bursts of very silly moments, which you're going to get a lot of later in the film, it's just too jarring. It doesn't mesh. That's not to say it's not entertaining. You can definitely find entertainment from this film. It held my attention pretty damn well, mainly because I was like, what the fuck why? What is going on? Until about, I'd say, an hour and 45. After that, it really is just painful to finish getting through. At least for me, when it just becomes obvious that the director doesn't care about anything making a lick of sense. People don't act rationally in the slightest. It's almost insulting to the viewer. But I digress. They finally get her into the bed. And I was telling myself as they were going up the stairs, well, maybe they don't want to touch her because it could set her off, or she's just too frail. But then we get to the scene in the bedroom, and the dad is holding her in his arms, and he puts her into the bed. Why didn't you just carry her up the stairs, dude? It would have been so much more pleasant for her and for you guys. You could fold the chair up and carry it up. Or, I don't know, here's a better idea. Don't put her upstairs! If you know she needs round-the-clock care, why would you hurt yourself by having to go up and down these things all the time? Just put her downstairs on the couch. Or this house is massive, by the way. This is a mansion of a home. Put her in one of the many ill-lit back rooms. Because there's no plausibility in this movie, all the family members are going to be this close to Katie most of the film. How you doing, sweetheart? What do you need? Are you going to bite my nose off now, or should I get closer even? Grandma's coming. Do it to her. Claw Grandma in the face, and then we'll learn no lessons by that and continue to be this close from you for the remainder of the film. And that is what's going to happen. The director wisely doesn't have Katie do anything too crazy to the people. She's just going to be scratching faces and headbutting from time to time. And then the family's going to learn absolutely nothing from this and continue to be within arm's reach of her freakish strength that she has. But the wheels will eventually come off, and then all bets are off. And it really starts to take shape once they trim the toenails of this poor girl, who gives no reaction to almost anything. She can't talk. Again, looks like hell, but the mom's in there slowly trying to clip the toenails off of this girl. And they're just freaking dusting away. It's just like they're dried up, disgusting, hard as a rock. It's like chiseling through stone. While the mom's down doing that, the grandma's brushing the freaking snarled, nasty hair that's left on her head, and large chunks are pulling right off of her like she was hexed by the girl in The Craft. More comical is the bathtub right behind them, black as night, from the gross shit that I suppose washed off her body and didn't leave because she still looks dirty as hell. Well, something went wrong during the nail clipping because we hear the screams and then the rampage ensuing shortly after as little Katie Cat is sprinting around the floors where she will eventually projectile vomit on the carpet, and that vomit starts to eat through the floor. Kind of a red flag, I would think. Of course, the family won't realize that the vomit has been eating through the floor because they just leave it unattended for days at a time. I know that if my kids get sick with the stomach flu and start throwing up and don't make it to the toilet and some of it gets on the floor or the carpet or whatever, I just leave that. Like, I got things to do. I'll get to that later. What? Another red flag that would probably make me commit her or have her back at a hospital at the very least is that she gets up in the middle of the night and starts running through the walls. There's these little Indian in the cupboard magical doorways that she can crawl through and then run through the 2x4s like she's in Saw 7 in the panic room. That made no sense. And it's here where she's going to start psychologically torturing her kid sister and brother as she's smashing at their walls. Oh, and also they have a lot of scorpions in their house. She finds a scorpion to snack on. Mom sees her do it, pulls the thing out of her mouth, never really questioning how any of this is normal. Just another day at the races over at the Cannon House. There is another character I haven't talked about yet in this film, and that's Detective Dahlia. We're going to see her early on in the film with another detective guy who sucks. Don't worry, he's going to die off camera. Basically, the story there is he's just shitty at his job, I guess, and that any kids they find are already dead, so they're just not good. But Dahlia is determined to finally put an end to this case and find out what happened to poor Katie Cat. So she's going to be doing her investigation. The dad is going to be doing his investigation because unlike his stupid wife who thinks all of this is just fine and dandy in a way, he wants to get to the bottom of it. And the big thing that happens during that toenail clipping scene is she ends up not only ripping off the nail, but peeling away the skin of this poor child, and it's pretty nasty. There's blood, there's skin falling off. Girl doesn't seem to mind at all at first, but the dad finds the skin and notices that it's not actually skin at all. At least not the top couple layers. It is bandaging that was wrapped around Katie, and it actually is around the rest of her body too. She's been mummified in a sense, the lamest sense, but yes, still mummified. And all I'm thinking is, man, she was at the hospital, I would think, for at least a day or two. You're telling me these doctors didn't realize in their infinite wisdom that the girl's skin wasn't skin at all? That it was actually wrappings around her? What the fuck? What? I suppose when you don't attempt to give her a bath or clean her in any way, yeah, you miss a couple things. But the dad's on it. He starts investigating these wrappings and he sees that there's actual writing on the back. A different language that he obviously can't comprehend, but thankfully, being a reporter in Cairo, he met a couple people, including a professor of that exact thing that he's trying to figure out. So he goes to this professor. This is the time I went to the bathroom and contemplated my life and all the choices leading me here. And when I came back, I would assume that he kind of told the dad that this was a ceremonial bullshit thing, and who cares? But this is going to be the spark he needs to get back into the saddle and figure out what the hell's going on. He reaches out to the detective lady, who asks him a basic question that any idiot dad should have thought about. Has anyone ever reached out to you guys as a red flag of sorts? And then the dad was like, oh yeah, Katie had that secret friend that was giving her a bunch of chocolate bars. That's right. Let me look at all the letters I've received over the years that we keep in a coffin downstairs. As one does! He goes through all of them and he sees that chocolate bar picture on one of the letters, gets a name from it, just a first name, but it's enough for the lady detective to do some work. And she pinpoints a position on the map that leads her to that farmhouse in the middle of nowhere where they did the procedure on Katie. And of course, she's going to ride out there stag. She doesn't need no backup. She already has.
Patreon 16. Just got to seeing Lee Cronin's The Mummy. I actually saw this yesterday, but I wanted to make an out-of-theater reaction at the same theater I saw it. This movie has nothing to do with the film of 1999 that came back then, the one with Brendan Fraser. And it's also nothing to do with that 2017 Tom Cruise remake that started the whole Dark universe that didn't work out. This is completely different. Lee Cronin is, the director of the last Evil Dead movie called Evil Dead Rise. I thought that movie was great, but this one, it is trying too hard to be like Evil Dead. I didn't like it. I didn't enjoy it. I don't recommend it. You can go check it out for yourself, but no point watching it in Dolby Cinema. I mean, it's not that great. It literally has the same exact formula checking, box checking that is in almost every demonic possession movie, especially something like Evil Dead. And it literally does the same thing that happened in Evil Dead. Well, almost the same thing. When I say Evil Dead, I'm talking about, Evil Dead Rise. I think that came out like about 3 years ago. 3 or 4 years ago, actually. Anyway, so can't recommend it, but maybe you like it. If you did, tell me what you think. Tell me why. Like and subscribe. Hello, AMC at AMC Metreon 16. Just got to seeing Lee. Push F again. That's my out of theater reaction.
Has it right motherfucking here. She heads to the house, into the empty pyramid where the sarcophagus used to be, but they realized that it was moved. I don't actually remember why it was moved. I know the excuse that they use to smuggle people and drugs and whatnot through artifacts, because customs and stuff won't mess with that. It's almost like a free pass to do sketchy stuff using historical items. But I don't actually remember why they had to move the sarcophagus out of the pyramid. It doesn't really matter. I mean, if I'm going to start questioning the logic of anything, my head's just going to start melting away. After a riveting scene of her walking through the catacombs of the pyramid, and by catacombs I mean one little stairwell, the mother returns home, where she immediately makes a beeline to the kitchen, grabs a comical-sized butcher knife, and runs right at the detective lady, who shoots her ass dead. Mom falls to the ground, but the daughter's there. The daughter who is the friend of Katie, the mystery girl. Detective chases after her on foot. They're on a straightaway in the trees. The daughter takes a left. Huh? What? Well, where did she go? Huh? What? But she starts to see her again. Oh, there she is. That's right. We're not in a car going around alleyways. I could just turn myself. They get to the edge of a cliff where this mute girl, because her mom cut her tongue off, as one does if a kid's acting up and mouthing off, starts unearthing a secret VHS tape that she has in a tin can with the name Katie on it.
You saw...
Sly as a fox. And it's here where the detective will put it into a VCR, figure out how to use that bad boy, and see the horrific unfoldings of what they did to the poor girl. Wrapping her in the hieroglyphics, transferring the demon from one body to hers, and laying her to rest for 8 fucking years. It's almost too easy. While things are going on this front, things back at the Cannon household have gone very stupid. I do not recall the order things happened in, but we're just going to kind of cliff notes it. The grandma's going to die hard as she goes to see Katie, who at one point levitates off the ground and throws grandma's ass out the window. Where she lands across the front of the car Charlie's currently driving home for the day, sees this poor lady fall to the ground where the local coyotes have their way with her stomach, pulling out the innards. It's a pretty raunchy, kind of fun scene to play out. And I believe that's the only death coming from the hands of the mummy in this film. Outside of the one, at the beginning with the hook. You could chalk it up to a freak accident. You could chalk it up to some sort of a child possession. They're going to go with freak accident, of course. There's been zero other reason to think that it has anything to do with Katie. Outside of, the freakish strength she has, outside of her completely unhinged personality, outside the fact that she's already attacked the grandma and several other people, this was just your classic run-of-the-mill cleaning the window and then falling out the window to your death sort of a scenario. And boy, how did these people waste zero time getting a wake thrown together. It's like the next day. I don't know how much time has passed, but the next scene is basically them dressed up in funeral attire and they're having a big wake at their house? Why? What? You don't have to have a wake. Who the fuck has a wake at their home, actually? You don't need to do that. But the Cannon family does. The only thing that I think has taken place between the grandma dying and the wake is Katie using her mummy demon powers to somewhat kind of control Maude Cannon, the youngest sibling of the family. And what does she do with that new fandangled control over this young girl? Well, obviously, she has her go to school and mouth off to the teacher. Naughty! What? Why? To what end? So at the wake, Maude is unhinged. She starts pulling out her teeth. She's being an all-around pest. And Katie herself digs through the floorboards of the ceiling from the previous vomit, softening it up. And she's like, peekaboo, motherfuckers! Starts crawling on the ceiling, blah, blah, throwing up. Maude, I think, is biting people. They throw the body of the grandma out of the casket. I think they attack the priest at one point. Are there cops involved in any of this? Nah. The police in Albuquerque, New Mexico are about as competent as the doctors are. No one shows up to any of this. And it's at this point, the movie is full-blown Looney Tunes. There's a couple elderly women there who are kind of scoffing at some of the events taking place. Oh, I've never. Oh my God, did you see the spread at this place? How embarrassing. Oh, I'm sorry. There's just so much happening in this film all the time. I forgot to point something out. The way that Katie possessed Maude was by actually talking. She learns to talk again, and she lulls Maud over to the door in the middle of the night because the girl went up to go pee, and she's scared to go by her room, but yet she heard her talk and went over to her room anyway. I don't know. She's an idiot kid. Katie goes up to the door and licks her toe underneath of it. Why? I have no fucking idea. It's not creepy. It's just kind of a dumb scene. And then she chants a little ritualistic thing, and bada bing, bada bang, bada boom, bada penis, she's now able to control Maud or turn her into some weird, gross kid. Eventually, she will do the same to the brother. So half the family will be in cahoots with the mummy and absolutely unhinged. It's a good thing Detective Dahlia was able to hop on a flight from Cairo over to Albuquerque, and I guess that night, and show the tape to the husband so he could finally see what they're up against. And it's here where we will have our final stand in the house. Katie has now full-blown ascended. She's hovering in the room, blowing the walls away. The demon is ready to leave the vessel and release an unspeakable plague upon mankind. Thankfully, Detective Dahlia memorized the chant completely, fully, and perfectly. And so all they have to do is get a hold of Katie, do the chant, and transfer that evil demon into a different host. Unfortunately, the detective gets a scorpion in her throat. Crawls down, the tail pierces through the throat. The detective lady reaches her hand in, pulls the scorpion out. It's awesomely gross and really implausibly stupid, which is gonna make doing the chant a whole hell of a lot harder. I don't know if you've ever had a scorpion in your throat, but oof, it's rough on the cords. Thankfully, the father's able to pin Katie Cat down, and the detective jams her 2 fingers into the throat hole. I never made it as a wise man. I couldn't cut it as a poor man stealing. Sick and tired of the and she became Chad Kroeger from Nickelback, able to produce a beautiful sound, perfectly harmonizing the notes required to transfer bodies once again. How she was able to memorize that fucking chant, I'll never know, but it doesn't matter. It worked. And who is the vessel? Charlie. That's what a man does. That's what a father does for his kid. Self-sacrifice. And that's all she wrote. Scorpion. We do jump ahead a little bit. Katie seems to be starting to look human again. She's hanging out with her bro and sister. The sister must have got veneers and she ripped out all of her teeth. That would suck. Also, fucking wild that they're still living in this house after everything that took place. But whatever, it is what it is. They teach their own. And that's where we leave it. Kind of a bittersweet ending. The father self-sacrifices. The mom's a trash bag, but she gets everything she ever wanted. Her family back. Husband out of the picture, I suppose, since he didn't become the successful journalist guy that she thought he would be because his daughter went missing. He became a sad sack of crap. That's on you, sir. Cowboy up next time. No, I'm joking. We do have a fun ending where we see that the lady that was shot, the evil lady earlier with the peach, is actually still alive. She survived the shot and is being held up in some sort of shithole prison. And she's gonna have her first visitor from Detective Dahlia. And she brought a friend with. Guess who's back? Back again. Charlie's back. Tell your friends. They wheel in Mummy Charlie, who gives a smile and a wink. Because we know it's a brand new vessel for our demon to go in, and it's the lady that started this whole mess. The final shot of the film is the camera pulling away from the room, going down the corridor as we hear the obnoxious chanting of that magical spell again to release the mummy demon thing into another mummy lady. And for some reason, the camera kind of keeps pulling back like this is doing anything for me. It's like, just cut already. Just stop. Put the credits up. I get it. But we have to hear that chanting a lot longer. And there you have it, Lee Cronin's The Mummy. Now, yeah, like I said in my review, this movie's a hot mess. Really doesn't make any sense. It's just implausible scene after implausible scene with some beautiful cinematography, some crazy action-y moments, some really gross out stuff. If it was shorter, if it was like a 90-minute movie, in and out sort of a deal, I'd probably forgive it a lot more. But you're sitting there for a long time in kind of a miserable situation with these people, and nothing's adding up at all. I really enjoyed his last film, Evil Dead Rise, because the tone made sense with everything going on. It was just this fun. I mean, all the Evil Dead movies have that playful energy to them, and it just did not gel with this movie. I don't give a shit that it's called The Mummy and it has nothing to do with The Mummy. That's its own. I mean, that's just titling, you know, that's just banking off of the name. That's annoying for different reasons. I don't dislike the movie because of that fact, though. That's just, again, an annoyance. I dislike the movie for the reasons I said. It just cohesively does not work. And all the inconsistencies and all the idiocracies do not make a fun watch. However, if you can look past the things I can't, you're gonna have fun with the gross out moments and some of the spectacle on display. No qualms with you enjoying the film, to each their own. All right, there you have it, my recap on Lee Cronin's The Mummy. Let me know your thoughts on the film in the comments below. This is probably a long one, but we had a lot to say, folks. And I'm sure I missed some pretty big things. So make sure to let me know. Like this video, hype it if you want, subscribe once again, and hopefully I see you next time. Take care. Lee Cronin, 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 what? Would you look at that? You made it to the end of the video. Congrats. Which means you might be looking for more content from me.
And he starts reciting the incantation, which makes the demon physically manifest and attack Ash. Here come there. Which sucks. Then oh boy. That wasn't even a review, that was just a spoiler alert. I guess we'll just keep it going. Go see what Cody has to say.
What do you do when you just made an Evil Dead film and you want to make another Evil Dead film, but the people that own the rights to the Evil Dead films are currently letting somebody else make their Evil Dead film? Well, you throw a sarcophagus and ancient Egypt in that script and we got a mummy movie, baby! What is up, guys? Welcome to my review of Blumhouse's latest, Lee Cronin's The Mummy. So over the past couple of years, Blumhouse has been turning out these more modern, horror-centric reimaginings of the classic Universal monsters. We got Lee Winnell doing a couple of them with The Invisible Man and then following it up with The Wolf Man. And while they're not necessarily branding them all together, this is very clearly the third in the rung of attempts. And I am totally on board for a more horror-centric version of this. Of course, I love the Brendan Fraser films, save for the third one, and I am so over the moon excited for this potential fourth film that Radio Silence is making, but there is plenty of room to move away from that more action comedic version into a serious, dark, fucked up, and scary horror film. And the overall premise of Lee Cronin's The Mummy is you have a young girl that is kidnapped, and 8 years later they find her in this ancient sarcophagus, and as she is integrated back into her family, they start to realize there is something fucked up going on with her. And what I'll say about Lee Cronin's The Mummy is that I do think it's going to be a little divisive. I think that there is a certain type of horror fan that is really going to enjoy this, is going to totally dig what it's going for, and there's people that are going to be very much turned off and unimpressed by this. And I am someone that leans, unfortunately, a little bit on the unimpressed side. I think there's a lot of things about this movie that is done well on the technical side, but there's a lot of things at play here as far as the story, as far as character decisions, and as far as the type of horror and scares it's going for that really didn't do anything for me. Starting off with the positives, I think that the movie is pretty well shot. That's something that was also strong in Evil Dead Rise, so whatever cinematographer that Lee Cronin decides to collaborate with, they do a pretty good job. There is a number of things in here as far as the Egyptian landscape or wherever they were shooting to make it look like Egyptian landscape that really does kind of set the tone of the movie in a really good way. I think that even inside of the house, when you're back in America and they're in the middle of Albuquerque, New Mexico, there's things done to the lighting and to the way that the house is shot to kind of carry over almost that desert-like vibe. Like there's something about the level of dustiness and the darkness and the natural lighting that's used. The way this house is dressed up as well as the way that they shoot it really does kind of lightly recreate the vibe that you would expect from like walking through an actual Egyptian tomb or a pyramid or something like that. So on the note of what is clearly one of the bigger objectives of getting a lot without spending a whole lot, I do think they get quite a bit out of the way that they utilize this house. Performance-wise, I think Natalie Grace is great as the Katie that comes home. There is a younger version of Katie that we're introduced to in the first act of the film, and then of course after she's discovered, she's a different actress because she's 8 years older. And I think the physical performance, I think even the down to like little ticks and things, I don't know how much of that was in the script and how much of that was just a collaborative effort, but there are some effectively creepy things that Natalie Grace is doing to be the main source of the evil and the horror in this movie, whether it's the way that she chatters her teeth, whether it's the look, whether it's even the makeup effects, as far as having a character look like their skin has been bound and been contained in this airtight container for 8 years, and it has like this nasty leathery look and the toenails look deteriorated and everything. And so the collaboration between the actress inside of the makeup and the artist who is applying the makeup, they came together to do some pretty good stuff. Another performance that I thought was great is an actress who's not in the movie a whole lot, but her screen time is pretty impactful, and that is Hayat Camille. I might be mispronouncing her, but she plays the magician, the character that actually kidnaps Katie and puts her through what she goes through that turns her into this thing that we are spending the rest of the movie in. And so you get a decent amount of her in the first act, and eventually, we'll see her again. But the little bit of screen time that she had, she's genuinely creepy. She's genuinely unnerving with the drive that she brings through in this character. Like, this is a character that believes what she is doing, even though it's grotesque and it's evil and it's fucking vile. And when you have a character like that that can convey to the audience, like, no matter how detestable this is, I am fully owning it and I am going for it, it works. And so even the fact that they just refer to her as the magician, there's a version of this movie where she is actually the scarier villain than the more overt monster of the movie. The movie does have a pretty good amount of carnage candy here, to a degree that I actually was surprised. There is some very bloody, nasty images. There is even some internal organs and things like that that come out at certain points. I knew the film was going to go for a nastier tone. That was one of the bigger words that I saw circled around during all those early reactions. It's nasty, it's gross. So that primed me to expect that there wasn't going to be a whole lot of blood and guts here, and there was. There is a number of times where somebody is killed where they definitely go for it and earn that R rating. Moving on to the mixed, and the thing that I want to discuss here isn't necessarily something that's like a critique or a analyzation of the film itself, but it is a part of the conversation of the expectations and the experience of the movie. And I found it very odd and confusing the way that Blumhouse was trying to have their cake and eat it too with this Mummy film. This movie was released as Lee Cronin's The Mummy, and Lee Cronin has said this from a while back. That was not his choice. He didn't send or request that his name be put on there as the filmmaker. That is something that the studio wanted and decided to throw that on there as a part of the marketing, and he eventually was just okay with that. And when a filmmaker's name is worked into the title like that, it's usually to convey one of three things, sometimes a combination of which. One is that you are signifying that you as the filmmaker have predominant or total creative control. This is my vision from start to finish, top to bottom, left to right. Another one is to establish somewhat of a brand. And we see this with some iconic filmmakers like Wes Craven or John Carpenter, and they absolutely earned that by the time that became a thing. John Carpenter's The Thing, Wes Craven's New Nightmare. It's a brand. That director is the star of the show because they've earned that. The third reason is to distinguish this from other adaptations. Now, that was obviously the motivation from Blumhouse, or whoever did that, was to distinguish this very much from the Brendan Fraser Mummy movies or the Tom Cruise movie or even the Universal black and white monster movies. They wanted to convey this is totally a unique vision. This is nothing like any other Mummy movie you've seen before. But I feel like you set the director up to fail a bit when you do that, when Lee Cronin is not an established name in this industry or in this genre. Yes, he did Evil Dead Rise. There's a lot of fans of that movie. There's also some people that didn't care for it, but he is far away from being a filmmaker that has the filmography or the brands to be able to throw his name on there as a selling point. And so I think there's a lot of people that are going to walk into this film with almost like a chip on their shoulder, like, who the fuck does this Lee Cronin guy think he is throwing his name on this movie? Is that cynical? Absolutely. But I think a lot of people are going to go in that way. And also just the fact of calling this simply The Mummy. That should never have been the title of this film. Even if you want to lean into the piece of this film that is mummy inspired and has very much ancient Egyptian style visuals and things baked into the lore of the film, if you want to lean into that, do something else besides just doing a generic The Mummy, because now you're setting yourself up for comparisons to the Brendan Fraser franchise or the few fans of the Tom Cruise movie or the original black and white films. And what's so odd about that is those two decisions are completely opposed. You are titling this The Mummy so that you can establish yourself as somewhat deserving of the accolades and the pre-established fan base that the Mummy brand already has, and whether they admit it or not, they are absolutely hoping and banking on the fact that many normies will walk into this movie ignorantly expecting it to be tied to those other movies in some way, and oops, already got your money, it's a horror film, while at the same time trying to put his name on there to distinguish it, to let people know this is something different. And even on Twitter, they had this whole like marketing thing they were doing for well over a week, where every single day Blumhouse was tweeting out, Brendan Fraser is not in Lee Cronin's Mummy. Brendan Fraser is not in Lee Cronin's Mummy. And it was so perplexing and then almost annoying of like, can you pick a lane? Are you trying to pull some marketing bullshit to get some extra box office based off of the Mummy brand, or are you not doing that and trying to distinguish yourself as a totally unique vision? You can't do both at the same time. It's literally like opening up a restaurant that's called Burger Joint, and then as soon as you walk up to it, there's a big fucking sign on the front door that says no burgers sold here. So I don't know what happened with all of that. It feels like maybe some people sitting around a boardroom couldn't agree, and then just a bunch of different people got their ideas in there, but I just found it to be so weird and confusing and all over the place, the marketing direction this movie took. And now moving on to the negatives. As I said earlier, I do think there are a number of horror fans who are going to like this quite a bit, and I think there are a number of horror fans who are going to be very turned off to this. And there are two main things that is going to completely determine which of those camps you fall into. The first one is how forgiving you are and how accepting you are of a film that is very clearly derivative of a bunch of other better established films. We have movies all the time, especially nowadays, that they wear their influences on their sleeve. We've been making films for so many decades at this point that it is very difficult to have something that feels wholly original rather than, well, it's a little bit of this, but they do something different with it. And you do have films that feel like a little bit of a greatest hits thing, where a bunch of different influences are thrown into a blender to make something new. Sometimes it's awesome, sometimes it just feels generic and derivative. We just had one last month in They Will Kill You that was also very divisive. It's very overtly a little bit Ready or Not, a little bit Kill Bill, a little bit Evil Dead 2, and while some people look at that and think this is wholly unoriginal and I don't care, I would rather watch something unique, I walked in expecting that to be my reaction, and when they threw those influences into a blender, I really enjoyed what came out the other side. Not so much with The Mummy. The Mummy, if I was to break it down in a pie chart, it's basically 50% Evil Dead, 25% The Exorcist, 10% Omen, and 15% Mummy. There are going to be some people that walk out of this film that think that The Mummy is more of an Evil Dead film that even Evil Dead Rise was. I mean, there are flat out like Deadites in this movie. They don't call them that, but that's exactly what the fuck they are. And then at the center of all this, you have a possessed child that is slowly starting to have these more demonic forces come out of her, and she's speaking in a demonic voice and, you know, floating around and shit like that. That is so overtly The Exorcist. There's even a visual of a crucifix strangling somebody that, I guess that's more of a Phantasm 2 thing for me, but you get what I'm going at. There's a spot in the movie where all these wild coyotes from New Mexico are surrounding and protecting the house, basically, just like the jackals would with Damien in The Omen. But then you have a movie titled The Mummy. You have a movie that is marketing itself off of mummy visuals and the Mummy franchise and things that you would expect from a mummy movie. Do you get some of them? Yeah, there's a sarcophagus. Technically what comes out of the sarcophagus was mummified in some weird way. There's a lot of Cairo stuff happening in the first act of the film. There is some Egyptian lore and, you know, not necessarily hieroglyphics, but things along those lines in the movie, but it's more like seasoning that is poured over the existing film than an actual large piece of the DNA of what's going on, which you could forgive if all the other stuff was great, if all the other stuff did something mildly unique with it, if all the influences were put into something to make something that at least takes it to a different level or goes in different directions with it. But I can't say that The Mummy does that. Most of the standout things of this film feel like I've seen that almost exactly or better in other films. So that depends on you. If you walk into a Mummy film and that's the smallest piece of the pie and it's got all these other references and all these influences in there, if you dig what it's going for, you'll easily forgive that. Other people are going to walk in and go, what the fuck? I signed up for a mummy movie. That's what I threw my money down for. This is Evil Dead Egypt.
Don't worry, Grandma. It's fun to be dead.
The second determining factor of whether this movie works for you or doesn't work for you is how much enjoyment, how much mileage you get out of gross out horror, because that absolutely is the main objective of this film. There were so many reactions saying that this is like a super scary film and absolutely tension filled and fear inducing. I would not use any of those words to describe this. All of the strongest pieces of horror in this is trying to make you feel sick to your stomach. It's bodily fluids, it's things being chewed on, things being torn off, things being licked. And there are some people that's absolutely their thing. You know, we all get scared or get unnerved by different things. Some people love jump scares, some people hate them. Some people love slow burn horror and psychological horror. Others don't have the patience for it. Some people are going to love feeling like this movie is just turning their stomach every 5 minutes with some weird, nasty effect. Other people, like myself, feel like that specific type of horror is better in small doses. You know, going back to the Evil Dead thing, every Evil Dead film in the franchise has one or two moments where something is absolutely disgusting. And it's awesome. Sam Raimi is great at that. But it's not the entire film. It's not the entire source of horror. It's not the whole tone of the movie. And when you go that overt with it, to me, it really starts to overstay its welcome. It's effective for the first couple, and then I just get bored with it. So again, you will know with me describing that whether that sounds awesome or that sounds like something that's just not really your flavor of horror. For as much as I praised a couple of the other performances, I have to be honest, I didn't think that Jack Rayner was very good in this film. Now, I do like him as an actor. I think that he's really solid in a number of things, even movies I'm not a big fan of, like Midsommar. I think he plays that part very well. In this movie, I just didn't really buy his performance. There's a couple different scenes where he has to get very emotional and angry as a father who has lost his daughter and didn't really land for me all that much. The predominant thing that you get out of him for the rest of the film is him just looking bug-eyed at all the weird shit that's happening and just like reacting silently to it with just making his eyes wider. And just like with the gross out horror, it kind of overstayed its welcome for me, where I'm like, can you do something else besides look like you just saw a rat? And even a number of scenes that are more dialogue based. I don't know whether I can completely blame him or the writing, but there's some moments of dialogue that were rough in this movie. Like there's one in the trailer that I knew from the trailer was going to be weird, where he's like, what was my daughter doing inside of a 3,000-year-old sarcophagus? Like something about the way that that's written doesn't feel like that's what a human being would say in that situation. There's like 3 or 4 other scenes like that. Sir, I'm not here to do any of this. I'm just here to discuss Egyptian hieroglyphics. So whether it was him, whether it was what he was given, the whole performance, that character didn't really do a whole lot for me. I also felt the central mystery to this movie was executed in a very strange way. It is a long film. It's like 2 hours and 15 minutes long, maybe 2 hours and 20 minutes long. It is very deliberately paced because of that. And the main thing is this slow build up to the eventual reveal of what exactly happened to this little girl, Katie. The problem with that is that when you title it The Mummy and you show us the things that you show us in the opening act of this film, everybody knows what happened. And so you're always ahead of the main characters, the parents in this film, wondering what the fuck happened. And so when you take 2+ hours to get to that answer, and we already knew the answer 15 minutes in, it really drags down the pace of your film and totally steals any bit of effectiveness away from your mystery element. And so it's almost like trying your patience of, can you just fucking tell them what happened? Because we know, bitch. It's called The Mummy. What do you think happened? But the biggest pitfall of this film, I still could have had a solid time with it, and I think there was enough here that I could have given it an overall slightly positive. This wasn't such an issue for me, but this is a film where I swear it's like every third scene, there is something significant that is happening on screen or in relation to the scene that just stopped, or something that a character is doing that made absolutely no fucking sense to me whatsoever. Every movie has moments like that, and usually if they're small enough and they're quick enough, you just skate past it, you go along to get along. But when a movie has so many of those moments, whether they're small, medium, or large, it just becomes this logic snowball where you are constantly pulled out of the film going, wait a minute, I don't buy what's happening here. I don't believe your movie. And The Mummy, unfortunately, was riddled with them of all different shapes and sizes and significances. Like, the whole entire setup to this premise, I couldn't get on board with. You have a little girl that was buried in a sarcophagus for 8 years. And they find her, they do a couple of medical tests. They say, yeah, her levels are pretty good, actually, even though she looks fucked up, and they let her just go home with her family. I struggled with that bit, even though I understand, okay, this is like a haunted house film, we gotta get her in the house, so I'm willing to go along with that. But from moment one, this little girl is vomiting out a ridiculous amount of liquid, skin's peeling off, toenails are fucking peeling off, like all kinds of like really nasty, scary, concerning, health-wise shit happening to this little girl. They never once take her to a doctor. They never once call an expert in. They just keep her in her room and like, oh, well, that shit'll grow back. There's a point where a character pulls out all of their teeth and nobody reacts to it. Like in the next scene, nobody's like, holy fuck, this person has no teeth. Or, oh my God, we got to take you to a dentist. Or what the fuck? Why did you do that? Nobody reacts to it. And it's not something that was cut. It's just the way the flow of the movie works. Multiple times. And little logic issues, little character inconsistencies. For some, that means nothing. That doesn't bother them at all. But when you don't even buy the overall setup and the kickoff of the plot of the film, and by the time you get to the end, what's supposed to be like the clincher for everything, you don't buy into what happens in the climax, and even more so, you don't buy into what happens at the actual end of the film, there's not a whole lot to really grab onto there. You know, story-wise, this thing is an absolute mess for me. I didn't understand the motivations for certain things, the logic with certain things, the lore and the rules were totally messy and shoddily thrown out there, where one moment it makes sense, and in the next scene, they're doing something that doesn't really fit with what they just established. So, writing-wise, overall, I had big issues with Lee Cronin's The Mummy. So, all in all, if you are a horror fan, if there is something in the marketing or anything that I described that actually seems like it might be your type of film, it might be. It probably is, actually. Go out, support it, check it out. I hope you have a better time than I did. If there's things in here that feel like you're in line with me and that's going to annoy you or turn you off, maybe wait for this thing to come to streaming. Regardless, is this one of Blumhouse's best? No, far from it. Is this one of the best Mummy movies? No, far from it. Is it something that is going to be a new horror hit or spawn a new franchise? I have my doubts, but it's okay. It's not terrible, but it was disappointing. Before I wrap up this video, I want to let you know that in the next couple of days, either at the end of the weekend or the early part of next week, I'm going to drop a big Blumhouse tier list. It was a Patreon pick, and of course, this movie, Lee Cronin's The Mummy, will be on there. So if you enjoy Blumhouse films, or if you just enjoy talking about the highs and lows of Blumhouse, please stick around so you can check out that video in a few days. It should be a fun one. But that's it for this one, guys. If you enjoyed that, please click over here for all of my...
Notice his exorcism show. Notice that. Let's just go to the next one.
I've been wanting a straight up horror mummy movie, and yes, I know the classic Hammer movies were horror. What I'm talking about is, I guess, from 1999 when we had the Brendan Fraser mummy movie, which, don't get me wrong, I think it works as an action property as well, with some horror sprinkled in. But I've been wanting to get back to the roots, to an actual horror mummy movie. We have it now, and then some. Lee Cronin's The Mummy stars Jack Rayner, Leia Costa, Maya Kalamawe, and is directed by Lee Cronin.
Don't worry, Grandma. It's fun to be dead.
What's up, guys? Welcome to a brand new 2026 review. One of my most anticipated movies of the year is Lee Cronin's The Mummy. From the second I saw the trailer for this movie, knowing who wrote and directed this, Lee Cronin, I knew, okay, finally we're getting a mummy movie that is straight up horror. Like I said in the intro, yes, and I saw some of my Facebook friends telling me, there was a Hammer movie that, and of course the original Mummy. Was Boris Karloff the Mummy as well? I don't know. And I haven't seen the classics from like the 40s, 50s, whatever. You know what? Actually, I think when I was really, really young, like maybe 5, 6 years old, I remember maybe watching the black and white Mummy movie on the TV, but I don't remember it at all. I just remember he looked really, really creepy. And maybe that's, subconsciously why I've been craving that type of mummy movie ever since. But looking forward to diving into this review. Also, be sure you guys pre-order Alien Expanded if you haven't. Creator VC reached out to me. Is now on sale. It's for a limited time. And if you look on the B-roll here, you'll see that it's packed full of hours and hours of not only the feature, but also extra features, special features. There's a digital version as well. But definitely get the physical version if you want to, I guess, support physical media and get the best presentation possible. But with that out of the way, let's get into the review. Let's give you a quick plot synopsis for Lee Cronin's The Mummy. This is a completely different story. Again, Lee Cronin wrote this. I've never seen a mummy movie like this, or even like heard of a story like this. It's very interesting. But you have this family, and they at the beginning they have like 2 children, right? A son and a daughter. The daughter is around 8, 9 years old. And without going into too much spoilery type stuff, she ends up in a sarcophagus and she goes missing. It's not like she dies and they bring her back to life like Pet Sematary. No. She goes missing. The family, they don't know where she is. And so 8 years go by. They move on with their lives. But then they get this phone call that their daughter has been found. And obviously they would be a freaking like basket case after finding out that. And you have this hope, but what's it going to be like after 8 years? By the way, there was a movie called I Know My Name is Steven, based on a true story that came out in the 80s. It was a TV series, and it always stayed with me. True story about this kid who was kidnapped, and then like, let's say 8 years later, probably 10, something like that, 7, I don't know, but he was a child when he was kidnapped, and then he was a teenager when he was found. So this made me think of that, but this definitely goes for more of a horror vibe because she's a mummy. And so when they get her, she does not look like their daughter at all. And I think this was the portion of the movie where the director's eye, the director's vision really was on full display. And Lee Cronin I think he's a big fan of like that whole split diopter type thing, which is like an old Hitchcock trick where, the subject in the foreground and the background are both in focus. You see a lot of that in Lee Cronin's movies. In Evil Dead Rise, you got that as well. And I think that particular camera trick is perfect for horror. And initially, when we see the daughter, she's out of focus. You're seeing not, like a full presentation of, like, say, her face or her body. You're getting a close-up of, like, maybe the bottom half of her face. Just weird angles and not all in focus. And I think that really just heightens the horror of this movie. So quickly you realize that this is a family that has a daughter that is not the same at all. You're going to go through so many emotions. You're going to be elated because you've found your daughter 8 years later, and you know, in the back of your mind you're thinking, I can fix her. I can make her right again, even though she is psychologically screwed up royally. You know, that's the initial thought, even though she's physically screwed up as well. But then as the story goes along, that's when the horror of the whole thing kicks in, and the family realizes, what if I want to give her back? Because she is just a mess, and people are getting hurt around her. Again, I'm trying to be very careful with my words here. This really feels like an Evil Dead movie if I'm getting right down to it. It's like an Evil Dead movie disguised as a mummy movie, especially in terms of the violence. There's definitely a supernatural aspect here as well.
It is.
But boy, this movie does not hold back. It is really, really bloody, but it's also really creepy. You know, there's a lot of uncomfortable scenes in this movie. I will say, the funeral scene in this movie, just scratching the surface here. Okay, I'm not going to tell who died in the funeral, but I need to say this. This is a sequence. This is a scene that's going to be talked about probably for the rest of the year. One of the most memorable horror scenes for the rest of the year. If they're doing like, you know, greatest scenes in horror at the end of the year for like, horror awards, I'm sure this scene would be on there. And boy, does this scene really pack a punch. There's so much going on. And I do think this is where the movie really picks up too, because it definitely is patient and it takes its time. Even though she's found pretty quickly in the movie, it doesn't immediately start getting crazy violent, right? Which I think works even better. It's more subconscious. It's more about what the audience is expecting to happen, even though it might not happen immediately. So, you know, there's definitely that tension there as you're watching this movie, but you know something bad's really, really going to happen. This is definitely not gateway horror, and I think a lot of people that are fans of the Mummy franchise, with the Brendan Fraser and the whole action horror, this movie's going to draw a lot of action horror fans, I guarantee you, and they're going to be kind of freaked out. And quickly they're going to realize that, oh my God, this is a different animal. This is maybe not for me, okay? Because I could definitely feel, packed house. I could feel a lot of them, wincing and getting very, very uncomfortable. And also, I think horror lends itself to comedy at times. It's almost like a relief. And when you're relieved after the scares have ended, at least in one particular scene, maybe you laugh a little bit because you got through it. It's like a roller coaster ride. There's a lot of that in this movie, okay? And I know this is a bold statement, but I'll say this right now. I think up to this point, this is the scariest movie of the year. I do think there are some scenes in here that are almost like Exorcist-like. Now, don't get me wrong, I don't think anything compares to the first Exorcist, but I'm just saying there were definitely some scenes that are, wow, okay, this is what horror can do when it's done right sometimes. And we horror fans, we're always chasing this. It's almost like a drug that we never get, right? And I think this is that one movie this year that might creep you out a little bit. Also, you got to talk about the aspect of children in horror. I think when handled right, and children are the actual horror focal point, boy, can it add an extra layer of creepiness. Okay. I think because, take any horror movie that involves children, that idea of, are they going to go there? Are they going to cross the line because children are involved? And you're going to be asking yourself that so many times throughout this movie. And it's going to cross the line here and there, for sure. It might even offend you, okay? I'll say that. And I've seen a little bit of controversy online, even about the posters for this movie being shown in theaters with kids coming in, watching Super Mario Galaxy, and they have to pass the Mummy poster, and will it traumatize children? Don't let children watch this movie, okay? That's what I'm scared of. I think some parents might take a child to this movie thinking they're seeing a Brendan Fraser type movie. And boy, are they going to be running out of the theater about, I don't know, 30 minutes in. I thought long and hard about my rating all the way home, on the drive. And yeah, I mean, as far as like achieving what horror is, I think, supposed to do at times, I think horror is supposed to make you feel uncomfortable, and it's supposed to cross the line and maybe even offend you at times. And for that, I got to give this Trapped on an Island. I think it's really, really effective, and I can't stop thinking about it. And in a weird way, I think maybe we're getting 2 Evil Dead movies, and this one's just kind of disguised as an Evil Dead movie, because I got to say this again, this felt like an Evil Dead movie. And it, maybe it's a coincidence because Lee Cronin directed the last Evil Dead movie. It feels like that. Some might find that to be a con. I don't know. I mean, I was even thinking, ooh, now I'll rank the Mummy movies, but boy, is this like so far out of left field from the rest of the franchise. But there's also so many classic Mummy movies that I haven't even seen. So would I, and I don't want to like try to catch up and watch all of them. So I don't know. We'll see. But yeah, I can't wait for you guys to see this. Let me know down in the comments what you guys think when you do see it. It's crazy. Okay, it's crazy. Also, be sure to subscribe to the second channel, Drum Dums Extra. Been uploading a lot of cool stuff there lately, and that channel does really well alongside the main channel. Okay. So, yeah, check that out. Be sure to come over to Kill Flicks, where we talk horror all day and every day on Fridays. We do free for all Fridays. Follow me, Drum Dums, on my socials. Support me on Patreon. Become a channel member. Buy me a coffee. Anyway, guys, thank you so much for watching. Have a good day, and Drum Dum out. What's up, guys? I got to see an early...
Yeah, it's not really that good of a movie. I think that they tried too hard to be like The Evil Dead. Especially most recent The Evil Dead Rises. Yeah, they tried way too hard. This bitch takes 30 minutes to talk about Haunted Hippie. I don't want to watch her because she keeps complaining about me using the whole reviews in my live streams without her permission. Like she matters that much. Okay, so you saw The Bride. Just adding some reviews.
Let me verify the G sample.
Let's move on. Finally, last but not least, let's see what Penguin thinks.
The Mummy is my favorite movie of all time. The Mummy Returns is my second favorite movie ever. And one thing I've learned is that the real Mummy's curse is the fact that they just can't seem to make any other good Mummy movies. Tomb of the Dragon Emperor was weak, but not terrible. Tom Cruise The Mummy was terrible. And now Lee Cronin's The Mummy is just First and foremost, this has nothing to do with the Mummy franchise at all. There's not even a single tiddlywink of an Easter egg. Not that I need to glup shitto out at the screen going, oh, I get that reference, or anything. I just want to make it known that this is completely separate from any Mummy movies. This is a totally standalone film, and it bears no resemblance to anything in the Mummy franchise. What it does bear resemblance to, though, is Evil Dead Rise. I would even say that this is Evil Dead Rise with a new skin. Lee Cronin made Evil Dead Rise. I really like that movie. This steals its flow bar for bar, beat for beat. And a lot of people are praising that, like, oh, this was very Evil Dead Rise-esque. For me, I like Evil Dead Rise. I don't want to just see it done again with a new coat of paint. And I'm not just being harsh and exaggeratory. There are identical scenes in here that were present in Evil Dead Rise. For instance, I don't want to get too deep into spoilers off rip, so here's like a little spoiler warning. When they're going over the mummy's origin and like what's going on here, they even play a tape that I'm pretty confident is even the same voice actor they used in Evil Dead Rise when they play the recording about the book and what all of that means. It's the exact same lore dump moment, basically 1-to-1. And there's multiple scenes just like that, including the same exact scares that were in Evil Dead Rise. Even identical, gross out, yucky moments. Oh, whoa. Pretty much exactly the same here as it was in Evil Dead Rise. So I don't think this movie is bad, but it really is a been there, done that, because we literally saw Lee Cronin go there and do it a couple years back with Evil Dead Rise. This feels like a cash grab. It felt like he just wanted to go into, his bag of comfort and deliver something very standard and generic. So it's just a little disappointing. Now I want to get into some bigger spoilers, so here's your larger spoiler warning. So the entire film revolves around a family, and the daughter of this family gets kidnapped by a creepy woman who's using some kind of a spell, and then fast forward 8 years, they couldn't find her, but then a sarcophagus turns up after a plane crash, and in that sarcophagus is their daughter. Except something's very wrong with her daughter. She is really out of it, and a lot of very creepy, scary things start to happen when they bring her home. Spoiler alert, he's possessed by the spirit of a demon, basically, and in order to keep the demon from going hog wild on the world, they had to mummify it, and they needed a new host, and that's what their daughter was. But all hell breaks loose when that plane crash happens, and she gets freed from the tomb. There's also another character that's introduced as kind of like a side quest, who is a detective that really wants to help, and she's never been able to actually find anyone alive. Katie is the first person that they found alive, and it means a lot to her, but something has clearly gone cattywampus, and so the family, the husband, Charlie, is communicating with her and letting her know something's wrong, and we need to figure out, what happened to her, what did she go through? We have to know, solve the mystery. So then the side plot happens where she's solving the mystery of that mummy, that demon, and then it leads to finding this group that imprisons this demon in human vessels and has been doing so 82 times now. It's not really like a bad story per se, but it's a very standard one that isn't the most unique or anything like that. And it's unfortunately riddled with the biggest horror movie trope of just characters being dumb. Charlie is quick to recognize shit's all awry. This is not right, something's going on, and he's trying to figure out the mystery. And he even suggests, hey, we need to maybe get her somewhere where she can get specialized treatment after she fucking headbutts the grandmother and starts peeling off her own skin and, beating up the whole family and that kind of thing. But the mom is like, no, I'm not doing that. We need to actually protect her this time around since we failed last time, which I can understand that. I definitely do get that. I don't think that's bad writing or anything. I think that's totally fine. But when the bad decisions start happening is, once the demon starts to free itself slightly, it literally starts possessing the other members of the family, the kids. So, like, the other daughter and the brother. She possesses them, and there's even a funeral where they live at their grandmother's house. The demon kills the grandmother, throws her out of the window. Coyotes then eat her body. This all happens in front of Charlie and the son, and the other daughter is already possessed, so she is laughing, watching her grandmother get eaten to death by coyotes in gory, brutal fashion. And then it fast forwards to them having a funeral in the same house with Katie and everyone still there, the daughter still possessed, and that's, get this, things go wrong. Then Katie goes to the corpse of the grandmother, bites it, the guests are throwing up and vomiting, the other daughter is pulling her teeth out, bloody, bruised, and biting someone else, ripping his ear off, and then it fast forwards again, and they're still in that house. Like, they still just don't leave, and they don't do anything to solve it, they just sit there and wait. What the fuck? They're just like, man, that was weird. That's not how those are supposed to go. That was odd. Alright, let's calm down, let's clean everything up here. And they just leave, like, the coffin turned over on the grandmother, and they stay there and just do nothing. There's just so many bad decisions is the point I'm making with that. But anyway, like I said, it's very similar to Evil Dead Rise down to what the demon can do with possessing the other kids. So the other kids start, ripping their teeth out, attacking the parents with a baseball bat, and then the grandmother gets possessed, like her body dancing around like a puppet. It is all very Evil Dead Rise, and it has my least favorite, like, nails on a chalkboard cringe horror possession shit where the demon starts talking shit, but like it's really like middle schooler on Xbox Live type of shit talking. So like the daughter's possessed, and at school she calls the teacher a bad word, and then she's just always like, fuck you, doing that while possessed, and then the demon's doing like deep voice stuff. You're a bitch! A bitch! And then like when the grandmother is possessed by the demon, then it's like, oh, you wanna fuck me? Well, come fuck me. Ha 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 ha. It's just, I hate it. It's so that cliche is so cringe. I can't believe it still gets used unironically. And then it does another massive cliche where it shows how powerful the demon is, actually force blasting the grandmother out of the window and summoning coyotes to eat her. And then when it's the final showdown, all the demon can do is very slowly crawl. And this is after the demon has fully freed itself from its bindings. It's fully unleashed, and the best it can do is just crawl and talk shit. You're a bitch. You're not getting your daughter back. Ha 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 ha. And then, when it actually gets in position to attack, all it can do is slap. Like, actually slap box, like a cat swatting. But it's not even drawing blood or anything. So, like, the husband, the father, Charlie, is, like, gripping as the investigator who's learned about like the curse and everything and learned the words that they use to bind. Somehow she memorized all of the words. Then she starts reciting the words as the daughter's being held and just slapping instead of using any of the powers. The demon just sits there slapping, going no, and then they bind the spirit to Charlie. And then I actually do like this ending. I like what they did at the very end. When you think it's over, and it's like a somewhat happy ending, but bittersweet because they do still have the demon bound to their father, well, they then end up binding that demon to the woman who started all of this by kidnapping Katie. They go to her and put the demon onto her in order to free Charlie from it, so the family's all back together, and the lady who inflicted this curse upon them is now the one that has to bear it. I actually liked the ending. I thought that was... I didn't expect that. I actually thought that was kind of clever. But overall, like I said, I don't think the movie's bad. It's definitely not boring. That's the best compliment I do. I wasn't bored. It is constantly trying to unnerve you with gross and gory imagery, and there's always something happening with like a jump scare or something going on. So like it's entertaining. Like I don't regret going to see it. I had higher expectations though. Like I would hope for like an evolution of like, crafting it further as opposed to just being content doing like the same thing again that he did with Evil Dead Rise. But I don't think this was like a terrible movie or anything like that. Though if you have seen Evil Dead Rise, you've seen like 50% of this movie already. Because like I said, it recycles a lot from that one.
It's the same shit. Do
Imagery,
the same thing.
in scenes,
It even has one of the
even in
same actors
story
from the motherfucker,
moments
like,
as
you know,
well,
just pull that
kind
bitch
of.
from
It
this
uses
is
some
all-
of the same
this
shit.
is all- come on, man.
It's just, I don't know. I would have expected more here, so I'm
He knew
disappointed
what
with it. I think a lot of people are probably going to be satisfied because it is just constantly gory and constantly something trying to disturb you, and maybe that's all it needs to do in order to be successful. I don't know. I just would have liked to see something more than that. Anyway, that's really about it. So,
Give it.
If you're heading into the theater expecting a charming, swashbuckling Brendan Fraser adventure with the side of a quippy dialogue, please turn the car around before you get emotionally scarred. Lee Cronin hasn't just made a mummy movie. He's made a domestic abuse simulator where the abuser just happens to be a 3,000-year-old parasitic demon living inside a preteen. It is mean-spirited, viscerally disgusting, and roughly 40% louder than any human ear was designed to handle.
Yeah.
So when you hear The Mummy, you're thinking about the dead person alive wrapped in toilet paper, right? We got that from the Fraser Mummy movie from the 90s, which is an excellent swashbuckling adventure. We got it from the old Universal Monster movies. We got it from the Monster Squad, which was awesome. So this is less the Universal Monsters Mummy and more like oddly enough, a spiritual sequel to Evil Dead Rise. Which is funny because they offered him another Evil Dead movie and turned it down for this, which is basically an Evil Dead movie.
Peasant has been found dead, drained of his blood with 2 teeth marks on his throat. This black cape was found on the scene. Police are baffled.
We think we're dealing with a supernatural being, most likely a mummy.
I think Lee Cronin just has Raimi Cam movements in his filmmaking DNA, and he really does lean into the cruelty of the horror in this, similar to Evil Dead Rise. Now I watched this in Dolby, and yeah, the sound design was a choice. Like every bit of it is like this shaking, like trying to scare you sort of big sound. So what there's a scene in here where they get the daughter, right? And then they're bringing her up on the stairs in her wheelchair, goes dump, dump, dump constantly. My group was laughing about that. Like, just carry her up there. Holy shit.
The audience is now deaf.
But I think the sound design was to make it more ominous, more creepy. And there was like scenes like that kind of put me off. I'm like, all right, chill out, bro. Like, there's a part where they just turn on a hairdryer and it's like rumbling the entire theater, just to creep you out, I guess. I wasn't a fan of that. I like his sort of Raimi-esque style of filmmaking, but I think he leaned way too much into that. It's like J.J. Abrams with lens flare. But what I really liked about it was the kind of the balance of like extreme gore and humor. Like this had a lot of levity to it, which I really liked. It made me like it more than I probably should have. I mean, what I like about it is how gonzo bananas this movie is. Okay, so it does lean into like some serious things. Like it deals with the heavy child loss trauma, right? But it also features a sweet grandmother being terrorized in a way that feels perversely campy. This movie is just, if this makes any sense, it's delightfully cruel. And that's a fine balance, so I like delightfully cruel when it has a little bit of humor to it. And of course, there's parts where, you know, what are these people thinking? And that happens a lot in horror movies nowadays. And that's the point of the parents. Like, the parents are just so illogical. I think the dad has a little bit more sense about him when he suggests like moving her to a facility after she just headbutted her grandmother and just had like a spasm and just traumatizing the other two children. The father suggests putting her in a facility for now, but the mother refuses, like, oh, you don't think I can parent? And no, it's not that, but it's a little too much for everyone to handle. And you're keeping your kids in this insane, dangerous situation that, I don't know, it just really bugged me. The illogical story. It took me out a little bit. But if you don't know the premise, it's basically, it's a story that follows Charlie and Larissa Cannon, an expat couple living in Cairo whose lives are shattered when their eldest daughter, Katie, is snatched from their backyard. For 8 years, Katie is used as a living vessel for the Nasmaranian, a family destroyer entity, and kept in a state of mummified stasis beneath the sand. When a freak transport accident unearths her, Katie is returned to her family in New Mexico. But she doesn't speak, and her skin is literally grafted to ancient spell-inscribed bandages. As those bandages start to come off, the family realizes they haven't brought home their daughter. They invited a parasitic apocalypse into their guest room. So part of this is shot in Egypt, but not actually Egypt. It was shot in Ireland, and it was in March, so it kind of explains why the desert looks a little damp, why everyone kind of looks genuinely miserable. And I have to get a shout out to Arjun Tuatin, who created the look for Katie. It's kind of like pockmark ghost. It's like it's not CGI, but it looks very tactile, and I didn't realize it was like she was still wrapped in bandages, but it's pretty messed up looking. I love the look of Katie in this. And yeah, Universal is making their own mummy movie with, you know, a sequel to the Brendan Fraser one, the fun swashbuckling one, and now we got this, and you had Lee Cronin's The Mummy. So hopefully people didn't show up for a sweet adventure one and got this instead, where a girl projectile vomits black sludge. And Lee Cronin, he always used this split diopter thing where he's like super focused on something and then it's kind of like another focus on the other side. I like the style, but I think it's probably a little overused, and especially for a movie this length. And that's brings me back to his sound design.
Not really, that's his style, it's not overused. That's just what he chose. Don't judge him on his choices of style, man. That's just looking for reasons to critique the movie now.
Too, because this isn't like a tight 90-minute movie. This is 2 hours 15 minutes. That seems excessive. I think I would have been along more for the ride if it was shorter, but his style starts to wear a little thin when it's that long. I think the MVP performance is the kids and grandma. Natalie Grace is Katie. She's got this Linda Blair sort of energy to her. She does carry the horror with her mummified, possessed daughter. You know, Exorcist meets Evil Dead. Definitely like a shit-talking Deadite. But really, I think who really steals the show is the youngest daughter, Billy Roy, and the grandma, Veronica Falcone. Their characters, they provide a lot of the levity to it, which I really enjoyed, even if it's a very, very mean-spirited. And they also provide like the really human moments as well that feel like a nihilist's fever dream. Yeah, like I said about the parents already, I feel like Laia Costa's character should probably have her nursing license revoked for keeping a demon-infested mummy in her mother's house instead of a high-security lab. And I gotta talk about the TARDIS house, too. I mean, it looks like it was set for a horror movie, really. When it showed them, like, 8 years later and they showed around the house, I'm like, oh, this is gonna get interesting. But there is, like, an impossible amount of room in those walls. They have like chase scenes inside the walls. I'm like, what the hell? Like, this happened, I think, in They Will Kill You, which makes sense. It's a hotel, old hotel, but this is just a large family house with very large space. They even have like stuff in storage inside the walls. But maybe I'm ignorant and houses like this actually do exist. Now, I want to go into the ending. I want to kind of mix up reviews and go to the ending explained sort of section without making another video. So I want to talk about the third act and what happens at the end and the themes of it. But if you don't want to get spoiled, there's a chapter down below where you can see my final thoughts of the movie and my rating. So, spoilers for this section. So, the third act of Lee Cronin's The Mummy.
Oh, why the final ritual was pure revenge. Why didn't you just start with that, man? Why are you going... I should have looked at all this.
Abandons the creeping dread of the first two acts for a high-stakes medical procedure disguised as an occult ritual. Once Detective Dahlia delivers the tutorial tape, which, come on, she took the tape and flew all the way to the United States to give it to them for the third act. I'm sure, okay. But the Canons stop being parents and start being technicians. The climax revolves around the mouth-to-mouth transfer. The entity Nazmiranian is essentially a sentient black liquid, a biological virus with a god complex, I guess. By using the incantation from the VHS, the creepiest media format ever, the family successfully draws the spirit out of Katie and into Charlie. And Charlie's sacrifice is the ultimate father figure trope, but with a cynical twist. He doesn't die, he becomes the new prison. The scene where he taps I love you in Morse code for inside the basement coffin is the film's peak family in crisis. He's reduced to a piece of furniture, like a literal skeleton in a closet that the family has to maintain. While Katie is saved, Cronin makes it clear she's physically and mentally shredded. The rotting bandages may be gone, but the scarring remains. I mean, in a standard blockbuster, she'd be fine after a nap. Here, she's sort of a hollow shell, proving that you can remove the demon, but you can't remove the 8 years of hellish living. But it seems like she's playing a board game, so she's doing good. But the Cannon family didn't defeat the cult, they joined it. We returned to Cairo in the prison with the magician who trapped Katie. Larissa and Dahlia, they aren't acting out of justice, they are acting out of pure calculated malice by paralyzing the magician and forcing the entity back into her, as they will in Charlie. It seems like they officially taken up the mantle
Not back in, but in. It's only entered in her once, not back in.
of the Guardians. They've adopted the same horrific methods they once reviled. So the Nazmiranian hasn't been stopped, it's just been put into its preferred cycle. The entity feeds on discord, and what creates more discord than a mother turning into a torturer? But was the ending earned? I mean, Cronin plays fair with the rules he established. The breadcrumbing of the transfer ritual via VHS tape is a solid setup. Like I said, the creepiest media format. But it's hard to find a VHS player now, so I don't know how useful that is. But, I mean, the process kind of feels like a...
Dude, you literally look like you're the age where you used to watch movies and TV shows on VHS. You even got a Pong in your back, some kind of arcade video game in your background. Well, sideground, I'd say. Don't act like it's the creepiest. You know you like VHS. This dude's not Gen Z, or he's Gen X at least.
bit like press X to exercise video game mechanic. But, I mean, studio horror movies would end up with the demon being cast back into the void or whatever. By having the heroes commit a literal war crime in a prison cell to save their own skin, Cronin moves the film into the feel-bad movie of the year category. I mean, it's not lazy writing. It's a grim commentary on the lengths people will go for a normal life. The Canaans get their happy ending, but they become monsters to buy it. It's a cynical, structurally sound, and deeply unpleasant conclusion, so I kind of dug it. But who is a mummy for? I mean, if you thought Evil Dead Rise was a bit too safe, and you've always felt that the Exorcist sequels lacked enough Egyptian lore and projectile black liquid, this is your Christmas. It is a movie for gorehounds and the vibe enthusiasts who don't mind a script that occasionally trips over its own feet in favor of a cool camera move. But Lee Cronin is a stylist first and a storyteller second. And while the results in a movie that is about 30 minutes too long and about 50 decibels too loud, I can't hate a film this committed to being gross for the sake of being gross. It's a cynical, mean-spirited, and occasionally hilarious domestic nightmare. It doesn't care about the 1999 legacy. It certainly doesn't care about your eardrums either. So I'm giving Lee Cronin's The Mummy a 3 out of 5. It's a mummy movie in name only, but as a high-budget Deadite-style possession flick, it hits just enough for those nasty, squelching notes to stay in my head. But what did you think of Lee Cronin's The Mummy? Let me know down in the comments below. YouTube thinks you'll like one of these other videos by my head. And I'll see you next time.
Also, is this the stupidest couple ever? Like,
right?
Their daughter comes back, and the wife's a nurse. So we will wrap this up in timely fashion, I hope. We don't want to waste your time with Lee Cronin's The Mummy. How does he get his name before the title?
I have a theory, and this is only a theory. I don't know anything, but I think that The Mummy has always been like a universal horror title. I mean, yes, of course, there's been there were the Hammer versions and whatever else, but like for U.S. audiences, certainly contemporary U.S. audiences, really their thought of The Mummy is Rachel Weisz and Brendan Fraser, not even like Boris Karloff. But nonetheless, that's always sort of been The Mummy has kind of been that franchise. But The Mummy as a concept is not copyrightable, so Blumhouse and Warner Brothers can make their own. But to differentiate, they're like, oh sure, it's Lee Cronin's The Mummy, even though I would say 95% of filmgoers are like, I don't know what a Lee Cronin is.
Who even is that, right? And there's a new Mummy coming out with Brendan Fraser and Rachel Weisz also.
There is, exactly. So they're trying to keep all that clear.
What was our daughter doing in a 3,000-year-old sarcophagus?
She just needs our care and lots of love.
Cronin probably best known for directing the remake sequel Evil Dead Rise. And here he tackles the mummy idea, although not in the traditional mummy sense. This one centers on a family. Jack Rayner is a TV reporter who travels the globe. His wife, Leah Costa, is an RN. They happen to be stationed in Cairo, and their young daughter is abducted one day and disappears, and it's shattering to the family. They wind up relocating to Albuquerque, where the wife's mom lives in a big ramshackle old house with creaky floors and lots of crawl spaces. And 8 years later, they get a call out of the blue from the cops in Egypt. Your daughter has been found. They're thrilled, of course, when they discover that something's different about little Katie. And it's not just that she's been deprived of nutrition and sunlight, it's that she's possessed by an ancient Egyptian evil. You know how that goes. And so the whole movie is basically the densest family in the world trying to figure out what's going on and how to deal with it, and doing so badly. And lots of gross outs and lots of shock effects, mainly aimed at young girls and old women, which is different, I guess. But I found that this movie kind of adds up to nothing. And I'm not the biggest horror fan in the world, but I can appreciate a horror movie that delivers the jolts in the context of something. A plot, some characters, the statement that it's trying to make about the state of the world and how, horrifying that can be. This movie just kind of felt like it was gimmicky, I think is the word I want here. It was just like, oh, this is going to freak you out, and so is this, and so is this. But because I didn't care about any of the underlying people that this was happening to, I got bored very early, and it never got me back.
Yeah, and it is very long. As we said in our Out of the Theater reaction, it is like 2 hours and 13 minutes long, and that becomes very repetitive when it is the same kind of shocks and gross out scares. A lot of the gimmick that you refer to is very effective stylistically. Like,
I had higher expectations, though. Like, I would hope for, like,
sarcophagus and sealed that sarcophagus inside of a tomb. Go ahead and take a break real quick. That's not what I said. Damn. I don't know if I could take a break. What does that do?
we were screaming. I physically screamed at one point, like squirming, just very, very uncomfortable. A lot of stuff with like gooey substances and toenails. The sound design is very vivid in squishy ways.
And crunchy.
And crunchy ways. And then a lot of it is heightened to put you on edge as far as like the thump, thump, thump of feet on the hardwood floors, or like skittering about in the crawl spaces and in between the walls. And it's meant to make you feel kind of claustrophobic inside this big old house out in the middle of nowhere outside of Albuquerque. The makeup effects on Natalie Grace, who plays Katie as a teenager, the recovered Katie, are very effective and very cool and creepy, and they evolve in ways that are often disturbing. Some of the things that we see her say and do are very disturbing, but this really is more of an exorcist movie than it is a mummy movie, because like when you see her levitating and doing back bends, and you hear the crunch and you hear the like really shocking kind of sexual and like lascivious gross things that she's saying,
attacking the old lady doing a rosary, it's like, okay, this is all familiar.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of that before. I mean, so part of me is like, oh, he's trying to do something different with the mummy mythology. This is not Tom Cruise. This is not Brendan Fraser. This is not the lineage of the mummy that we know. But it's also not really an original thing. And there's a thing that you referred to that I don't want to give away, but there's a thing that happens toward the end that is daring and is original, but then they back away
Dial it
from
back.
it.
Yeah, it's just the thing that makes me crazy in movies, and it happens with some regularity where you think like, this movie's gonna like do a thing that is, when we think of like the great movies of the 60s and 70s, for instance, where like they don't give you the ending that you think you want, but they give you the ending that will stay with you. And then they're like, no, just kidding. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Everybody go home and be relaxed.
Yeah.
I hate that. I hate it.
Yeah.
They do it in this movie. And by that point, the movie had already lost me anyway. And that just made me even more annoyed. So,
Yeah, there are some very disturbing things here. I think that Lee Cronin does push it in terms of showing us things that are deeply unsettling that maybe he could have implied rather than actually showing us. Because I felt a great deal of dread about something that happens kind of toward the end where I was like, oh God, are they really going to show this to us? And they do.
Yeah.
They do, and I found that really unsettling. So it's effective in that regard, even though maybe some of those choices aren't necessary. Also, is this the stupidest couple ever? Like,
right?
Their daughter comes back, and the wife's a nurse, and maybe that's why she feels more equipped to deal with this particular calamity. It's medical, but also I'm her mother. A mother knows I can love her back to normalcy.
Yes, to not levitating off of the bed.
Yeah, so you think she'd know, like, oh, this person needs far more significant medical attention than I'm equipped to give her in this ramshackle house in the middle of nowhere.
How about we start with the fact that this daughter comes home in a wheelchair, and rather than move her childhood room to the first floor, they like ka-chunk, ka-chunk, ka-chunk her up the stairs to the room that she hasn't lived in 8+ years. I'm like, already, it's like, what's here's the thing. If I hear that the next Lee Cronin joint is directed by him and not written by him, I'll be more interested, because you're right. He does have a sense of style. He does craft these gross outs in a way that are, they're admittedly effective, and they are, they have all the stuff that you want out of them, except they don't attach to anything. They don't connect to anything. They're just, it's like we're watching his highlight reel of, shock moments, but there's no context and no story, no characters to kind of ground them. And so, yeah, I think if he's not writing next time, sure, what do you got, Lee Cronin? But this time out, not working for me.
Yeah, I want to mention real fast, though, the officer, the investigating officer in Cairo, who is still on this case.
May
Calamawy, who is on Moon Knight.
Yes.
I thought she was totally solid. And she grounds this in ways that it needs and gives it some intelligence, except for some choices that you and I questioned walking out of the theater after that have to do with technology.
Right, that's a script thing. It's not her fault.
That's not her fault.
And like Jack Rayner, I think, can be a really effective leading man, and he is reduced to doing a lot of this. A lot of staring, a lot of not blinking, and it's like it worked once, but he just that's kind of his go-to for the film. Like, that's what I guess he kept being directed to do. And it wears thin.
Okay, so what's your number on Tyler Perry's, Lee Daniels, Lee Cronin's The Mummy?
I'm like a 2.5. Like, if you are just here for the gooey stuff, I mean, you'll get it. But I need it to sit on top of something.
Yeah, I will say a 4 because it was legitimately shocking and startling to me, and it did what it intended to do quite frequently, but it just ultimately did not cohere and work. So The Mummy is out there, probably one of the big movies of the weekend. Do you want to see it? Let us know.
No. Don't.
Lee Cronin's The Mummy.
Sorry, I gotta go to the bathroom real quick. I'm gonna have to give this. We'll go ahead and copy the URL. But I gotta give myself a potty break. Sorry. I'm be back in just a bit. I mean, with the shower itself. Texas. Wait, no. That's 1, 2, 3. 4. So 1, 2, beside each other. 3, 4, and 5. 6. So about 6. 12. There's no reason for him to do. That's like my roommate back in LA doing that shit. Like, he keeps his crackers in the soda spot. I get keeping your crackers in the cabinet, or if it's just in a room like here, yeah, that's fine, I get that. But if you're in a house with 2 bedrooms, and clearly you have another roommate, what are you doing leaving your crackers in the cabinet? Unless you absolutely don't want to take the good, you can find yourself to want to get you want to, you can just decide to try to finish yourself with your mind. You got all that shit in your account, I don't want to take that. Because that was all this stuff. My food in terms of crackers, and stuff like that, I use in my room. And you can really do this. Look at the I want to pretend the future between sisters and sisters. The only time I want to see the sister is to do this in the children. It is amazing. This is just type of shit. If you're going to have to teach the teacher, how you should relate to the teacher, the word actor, or the word and learn how to do it home. They need to establish the time. It's not even telling you. This is just how I get it. I don't have to take it anymore. It's freaking weird. Besides that, besides that clear, if you want to learn to hand, you can clean your hands and clean your faces forever. Let's just continue.
Cronin's The Mummy looked like it would be a fresh take on an old classic. So, why do I feel like I've seen this before? Welcome back, everyone. We're here today to talk about Lee Cronin's The Mummy, which is a movie that I was really looking forward to seeing because it looked like it was going to be doing something different. I had seen some of Lee Cronin's works before, and I enjoyed what he had done as a director. So if you would like to join me on this review and doing a little game, I'd like to play a game with you. And that game is The Mummy better or is Evil Dead Rise better? Because that is what this movie kept making me think about. A film that is
Evil Dead Rise is better. Far better.
Also directed and I believe written by Lee Cronin. So at the end of each point, I'll ask that question and then you answer. And you will answer with Evil Dead Rise because, spoiler alert, Evil Dead Rise is the better film. Let me explain why. Before I get into this, I want to know, what are some of your favorite horror movies and what do you like about them? What kind of horror are you into? Do you like something with a mystery? Do you into this? I want to know, what are you into? Do you like something with a mystery? Do you like something that is more gore? Are you into? Do you like something with a mystery? Do you like something that is more gore focused? Like, what do you get, I guess, out of horror films? Let me know down in the comments. If you're not familiar with the film, it is basically about a young girl who gets kidnapped and is found in an ancient sarcophagus 8 years later. She comes home, things get kind of weird, it gets kind of spooky, and of course there is the mystery of how did she get in an ancient sarcophagus and how did she survive that experience? So the movie itself actually looks quite good. The Mummy overall in terms of visuals, I feel like is a pleasing film. It's well made, except for maybe those digital coyotes that we saw. They were not as good, but everything else in the film looks great. The set design, the set decoration, the cinematography, on all levels, visually, this film is quite a feast. Also, the practical effects, the makeup, the gore, it's quite appealing in a disturbing way, of course. But when it comes to The Mummy and Evil Dead Rise, who did it better in that department? The answer is still Evil Dead Rise. Even though The Mummy, I think, looks great, there's just a lot more to appreciate and more creative cinematography and editorial choices I find in Evil Dead Rise. Granted, I think the idea behind this film is still pretty cool. The idea of doing The Mummy not as your traditional monster film, but instead as kind of a possession movie is a cool idea. Where I feel this film fails, unfortunately, is when we get into the intricacies of the story and when it comes to the characters that we have here. And in that way, I feel like the film is kind of lacking. It's a little bit too loose. It's a little bit boring. There's just not enough rules for us to really wrap our minds around what is happening and the true stakes of it. Now, having The Mummy, like I said, as a possession story, though, is an interesting concept. But it does feel at times that this film decided to kind of pull its punches when it comes to fully exploring the lore behind it and a bit of the story beats as well, in terms of the grotesque nature of this movie and some of the scares in it. And I don't know if it's because this adaptation is a 14A picture, or at least on Rotten Tomatoes, it seems that the film is rated R. However, in Canada, when I left on the poster, it said 14A. So I don't know if we just had different ratings for this film. I'm actually surprised that it was rated 14A because there is some pretty horrific and traumatic moments in this. Fair warning, there are things that will probably disturb you, but with Lee Cronin, it felt like he pulled back from the cusp of going just too far. And that is something that surprises me, having seen Evil Dead Rise. There is stuff in that movie that still haunts me today. Whereas The Mummy, there were a few moments that were pretty scary, one of which I actually kind of did have to look away because the tension was built up so well. However, ultimately, if we're answering the question of who did those moments better, The Mummy or Evil Dead Rise? I gotta go with Evil Dead Rise. They pushed the envelope. There is some stuff in this that I was actually expecting to be more disturbing than it ended up being. And that specifically revolves around the revealing of the tape. There is a tape where we see kind of what the mummification process for Katie really entailed. And then the other thing that I felt wasn't done quite as well was the wrappings and the revelation of what the wrappings really are and what they really mean. I think actually based on the reaction that the detective had to the tape and based on Charlie, the dad, kind of peeling apart those wrappings to reveal text that was on them, which initially seemed like it was skin, layers of skin. I was expecting this to be a little bit more gruesome when it came to how we found out that this all came to be and what the process for Katie was like. But in the end, I feel like what happened was they did have this idea. Lee Cronin had the idea of what the wrappings were going to be and what that process was going to be like, and maybe had to pull back a little bit because it is still, at the end of the day, a Blumhouse film. And I know with Blumhouse, I feel like they tend to aim for something that's just on the cusp of being a higher rating, but they want to keep it low because they want to try to get the most money possible and really get the audience in, which I totally understand wanting your film to do well. However, in this case, I feel like it actually hinders the impact of the story. So, who did mystery and overall stakes better? Yeah. It's Evil Dead Rise. Now, granted, there are some fun things in this movie, too. Some borderline goofy shenanigans that happen in the home once Katie has returned. And there is some great dark humor in this film. And don't get me wrong, I love dark humor and goofy moments in horror, and I think there is that tone. That's why I am also a big Evil Dead fan. I think Evil Dead does a good job of playing with that level of goofiness. However, I think the problem with The Mummy is that so much of the basis for the family is grounded in reality. Like, these are just normal people. The dad is a journalist. The mom is a nurse. They're just average people. There's nothing quirky. There's nothing particularly interesting about them. So when things escalate and start to get really weird and start to get supernatural, it feels sometimes that the level of goofiness becomes unbelievable. It becomes a thing where it feels like I'm in a bit of a farce, like we're kind of making fun of the horror genre as opposed to having fun within the horror genre. Granted, there are still some moments that I absolutely laughed out loud about that I did have a good time with, but I just feel that tonally the film feels a bit disconnected because of that. So who did tone better and comedic moments better? Say it with me, everyone. Evil Dead Rise. Yeah, Evil Dead Rise did that way better. And it fits tonally within that whole universe and within that fandom, but also within the context of the family that we're introduced to. And I think it has to do with the fact that in Evil Dead Rise, you really get to know the characters better, whereas in The Mummy, these characters just feel very vanilla. They feel very basic, and there's not a lot of specific things to attach us to them. And, of course, there are some moments in this movie that are just straight up made me think it was going to be a secret Evil Dead movie, to be honest with you. We even have a lore dump with a cassette player with an older man talking about a demonic entity. I was half expecting to hear Necronomicon come out of that tape when they hit play on that. I looked over at Duck, my editor, and Duck looked at me, and for a moment, I think we both thought, wait a minute, is this going to actually be an Evil Dead film? And they've tricked us? Because that would be kind of brilliant. However, we were disappointed when we heard not the name Necronomicon or the term Necronomicon. We aren't talking about the book. We are talking about a demonic entity known as the Nazarenian in this film, which even to me sounds similar enough to Necronomicon. Also, Lily Sullivan, who was in Evil Dead Rise, who plays the main character Beth, she actually has a cameo in this film as Maud's teacher. Even that is a connection to Evil Dead. Even the story, when it comes to the themes behind it and the final act and how satisfying that can feel once the Nazarenian is fully free and there are no seals left to hold it back. it feels like it just does nothing. We go around the top of the stairs probably more than 3 times with this entity just crawling after Charlie and nothing really coming of that, and then defeated. You know, the other issue that I have with this film is my favorite horror is something that has something to say. You know, there's some kind of themes there's some meaning behind what's going on and what the terrors represent for the characters. And in this case, I think there's enough points to say that the themes could be about communication, a lack of communication, broken communication. There is, of course, the Morse code that comes back. There's some evidence to it, like the parents, you know, not really saying what they feel, and so there's this broken communication between them. Their son Sam shutting everyone out, not wanting to communicate, sort of turning everything off, sort of tuning out to the world around him with music, so he's not communicating. There's the fact that Katie struggles to speak when she's at home. There is the Morse code. So there's a lot of things that point towards that idea, but what do we really say about communication in this movie? I don't know. It's hard, I guess. There's no real bigger meaning behind the film. There's not enough substance here, and so ultimately that's why The Mummy disappointed me and fell, honestly, a little flat. So when it comes to themes and the impact of the story in the final act, who did it better? You got it. Evil Dead Rise. Now, granted, if you haven't seen Evil Dead Rise, I think my summation for this review would be, don't watch The Mummy, just go watch Evil Dead Rise. It's a way better film, and I think you'll really enjoy it. However, if you have seen Evil Dead Rise, and you're wondering if you should see The Mummy, I think there's going to be some things in here you're genuinely going to have fun with and enjoy, but just go in with the bar set pretty low, because while the film is well crafted, it feels like the story is where it really lacks a lot, which is disappointing considering some of the other stuff that I've seen Lee Cronin do. But hey, they can't all be winners. That's all I really have for this one. Thank you so much for watching this video. I'll see you in the next one, and until next time, friends, stay nerdy. Bye! And if you love hearing me talk about horror, you need to check this out.
Natalie, thank you so much for your time. What kind of
Please don't interrupt me while I'm speaking.
I'm so excited to be here. Thank you for having me.
Thank you for being here, and we are talking about Lee Cronin's The Mummy, which is, by the time this interview is out, I mean, this is crazy. I mean, first of all, just from the trailer, I guess a lot of people are thanking you for the nightmares. So thank you for the nightmares.
That's so funny. I feel like they are, yeah.
Absolutely. Okay, so we know how audition processes work. Sometimes they tell you a lot of times they don't tell you anything. Do you know you're auditioning for The Mummy? Like, what did you know about the project when you were reading for it?
Yeah, sure.
I feel like I remember it saying something about it, but I had no prior knowledge about the project, and I had like 4 other auditions at the same time, so I really wasn't like fully focused on it. I remember auditioning for it and just thinking, oh, this is like a cool concept, and then like a day after I did the audition, they wanted to have a callback, so it all happened really fast.
Absolutely. And it's interesting, right? Because at some point, then you get the role, and you find out what it's going to be, and you're a mummy. And, you know, you get there, right? And I feel like it's interesting because I always ask about the script to screen, but I feel like this is like script to hair and makeup chair to screen, right?
Yeah,
right? So
totally.
What was that like? I feel like that was its own journey too, right?
It really was, because the makeup itself went through so many different phases. We had like obviously a couple test days. I remember the first team of people I met were the makeup team. I went to LA to do like a 10-hour makeup test just for them to approve the makeup. And then from there it just kind of snowballed. There were so many different phases. And then within the movie there's 3 different phases of makeup too. So that was a major part of the character.
I feel like, you know, from an acting storyteller perspective, sometimes you think about these things and sometimes you don't, but you're part of a kind of big universe. You know, horror movies are the biggest movies that come out now. What is that like for you, mindset-wise, preparing for everything? Because you're preparing for your character, but you're also preparing to kind of enter this massive landscape, so to speak. Was it kind of a push and pull about thinking about it and not thinking about it? What was that like for you, like thought process wise?
Really, I feel like I was so involved in the character and making sure that what Lee wanted to come across was being created that I didn't even really think about the fact that I'm stepping into this entire new universe, and a universe that's kind of already been created, so people are going to have like other opinions about it. But now that it's over and filming is over, it's probably all I think about. It's very daunting.
I feel like people like yourself that are in this casting situation where you're joining something that is like, you know, a reimagination or a kind of continuation or a sequel to an already existing universe. It's a unique casting situation because there's familiar territory and unfamiliar territory at the same time. Did it feel like that going into this whole process where you know what was going on, but at the same time you had no idea what was going on? It's pretty interesting.
I had no idea what was going on at all, like, the entire time. I mean, especially, this is just so different than anything we've seen before. The writing, I remember when I first read the scripts, like, it gives nods to, like, the older movies, maybe, and, like, things we've seen in the past, but it's a new creation. So I really couldn't put together, like, oh, he got the inspiration from this or this. Like, he really just created this whole entire new idea.
Yeah, absolutely. Take me through wrapping this project, because we talked about, you know, the makeup chair and everything. It was a big kind of journey. I feel like the, you know, feelings that you get depending on, well, it's always bittersweet to wrap a project because it was a big part. You were on this project for, you know, months, and then you wrap, and then it's out of your hands, and at some point it's going to be out, and it's going to be out by the time this interview's out. It's out in theaters now. But is it like, do you need a break? Are you like, let's go to the next horror movie? Like, what's that like when you wrap The Mummy?
It took me, I would say, about a month just like to emotionally and physically recover, because not only I had to deal with the makeup and the process of that, like that's very exhausting, but also the stunts. I did all my own stunts.
Wow.
So physically I was just exhausted, and I would have dreams every single night about the character. I would like speak in my sleep. I would scream in my sleep. I probably woke my parents up so much. But like it took so long for it to kind of get out of my system because I was so locked into the character for the almost 80-day shoot that we had. It just became a part of me.
I feel like being able to prank people, like what like spooky season wise, I'd be like, you got to go back and get all the hair, makeup, prosthetics. I mean, like that would be a big prank to get back into that. Like it doesn't even look
that would
like
be
you
so
a lot
fun.
of times.
Yeah. That would be really fun. I want to see if they do any type of like Halloween costumes. I want to see if people dress up as the Mummy for Halloween.
I think they will. Especially, it's kind of a cool. I think it's, but also the trailer, a new trailer. You know how it is. They put the one trailer out, and then this new trailer really features a lot of scariness,
Gore.
right? You know?
Gore.
What was it like, kind of seeing the trailers start to come out, so to speak? Because we obviously can't talk about people going to see them in theaters because but like, what's it like seeing the trailers finally coming out?
It was very shocking. It felt like almost, because the role is such a part of me, and I think it always will be, it kind of felt like the inside of my brain was just out on display for everyone to see. It felt very vulnerable. So I think when the first one came out, I kind of had like a freak out moment. Like, I didn't know how people were going to react. It's very scary to be so vulnerable in a role and then have it just out. The entire world can see it. Anyone can view it and put judgment or opinions to it. But by the second one, I was just really excited for people to see it because I'm proud of the work and the editing and everything. Like, the whole film is just a masterpiece, in my opinion. So I'm really excited for people to see that.
Absolutely. There's always going to be learning experiences in any project you're on. I feel like there's a lot of things on this because you're working on something big. You talked about Lee and everything. This is kind of a new imagination of the Mummy. What were big kind of storytelling, acting, learning experiences on this project that you'll be able to take for future projects, specifically, Natalie?
That's a great question. I think the main thing, I went into it thinking that I needed to know every single thing about my character and every single thing in each scene, like day one. Like, I needed to have, I'm a very organized person, so I thought that like I need to have a spreadsheet of everything I'm going to do. And it was my first big film, so I had a lot of pressure because I'm leading the film and it's just this new experience that I've never done before. I think Lee really helped me kind of calm down and realize, like, hey, it's one step at a time. It's a marathon. You have to pace yourself. You're going to learn different tools every single day, because I was there a month before everyone else for prep time, and I think that really helped me get into the mindset of taking everything that I learned and kind of creating my own toolbox, so that when the time came to do those scenes, I was prepared because I had done all the pre-work.
Absolutely. Horror movies, you know, because there's a lot, you're in the moment, you're not really thinking about a lot of things, and a lot of things we see on screen, you don't really see much of that and everything. But, like, were there moments for you? I'm sure, like, if I talk to your cast, they're going to tell me moments where you scared them a lot. But, like, were there moments where it felt scary for you to film this movie at all?
Not scary in the way that people probably think. Like, I didn't ever really scare myself.
You probably scared a lot of people. There's no way you did.
I did. I think I did, yeah. I remember there would be scenes where they would yell cut, and then everyone would just kind of be like standing around like, oh my god, what just happened? But yeah, I think just like the stunts, that's really scary to get into that. I really love it now, but the stunts and just how physical the role was, it was very daunting to take on that as a first big role.
Mm-hmm. And then obviously, you know, in the trailer, you know, the voice of your character and everything, like, oh, yeah. You know what I mean? Like, how did you we talked about kind of, you know, the aesthetic and the makeup, but like, how did you prepare for a lot of that aspect of it as well?
That all just kind of came instinctively. I remember in the audition process, I did one of the scenes for, it was when I had to sing like this creepy song, and I remember doing it in a very high-pitched voice, and they just kind of liked that. I think that probably sparked ideas for Lee, so he wanted me to lean into that, and for me to sound younger. And my voice is actually like pretty high-pitched normally, so it all just kind of came together while like we were doing the makeup and we were doing all of the tests. It kind of just flowed.
Absolutely. Last two questions before we wrap. I mean, it's one of those things where, you know, I know when you're making this movie, you're really not thinking about the audience much, right? Now is kind of when you think about the audience, right? Because people are going to be able to see it and everything. But I'm just wondering in general now compared to, you know, 4 or 5 years ago, where I feel like the audience member is very fascinating because there's so many different ways audience members can consume the content, right? They can watch it on their phones, they can go to movie theaters, film festivals, streaming services. Are you thinking about the audience a lot more as a storyteller actor these days, do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I remember thinking about, like, how is this going to look if someone watches it on a phone? Like, and then on apps, too. Like, I've had a lot of people come up to me and be like, I'm too scared to see it in theaters. I'm going to wait until it's on streaming. Like, there's just so many different options now. I think when anyone's creating a movie, they have to take that into account and kind of have, like, a perspective of the viewer, because there's just too many options.
Absolutely. Talk about also, last question, working on something that has a lot of elements at play in regards to it has kind of the horror thriller component. It's got the mystery. Of course, the thing that like always comes to mind with this mum, like Lee Cronin's Mummy, is like the family, right? Like that's like the main thing. What's that like seeing all those elements in the script and then going to film it? Like, what's that like specifically?
I mean, the script did such a wonderful job. I remember first reading it and just being so encompassed by it. That's what made me want to do the role in the first place, is just evolve and seeing the cast come together, and it was cast perfectly, in my opinion. I think the family, like, you really feel the family unit in it, and if we didn't have that, it wouldn't work at all. So I think all of those elements coming together, it works perfectly.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And can't wait for people to see Lee Cronin's The Mummy in theaters, which is so excited. Congratulations. You know, I'm so happy for you and the cast. Thank you so much for your time. It was so great chatting with you.
Of course. Thank you so much for having me.
Your Instagram account is just your name, right? If people want to keep up to date with everything.
Just sick of this shit. Yes, it's Natalie_Grace_.
Amazing. Well, this has been Popturnative, youtube.com/Popturnative for previous episodes. Until next time, this is Natalie Grace. You can catch Lee Cronin's The Mummy and Petey Beats signing off.
Thank you for tuning in to Popturnative. Make sure to check out our past episodes of Popturnative on YouTube.
This has been an auto.
Every day I encounter a fucking challenge, man.
Like what? Like how your little piggies taste.
I've been pretty hyped ever since I saw the first trailer for Lee Cronin's
It's every day it's something.
The Mummy. It promised us a dreadful and suffocating horror story, and I'm glad to say Cronin ate and left no crumbs. I remember the movie getting into controversies with the title, and yeah, this is nowhere near the Mummy franchise we grew up with, but is that a bad thing? Absolutely not, because Cronin did complete justice to the name and gave us something very crucial. See, mummification isn't just a process, there's a whole bunch of rituals and mythology surrounding it, and what Cronin did is throw light on this less explored side. In our opinion, it was a brilliant take on what a mummy entails in the modern world. Now, that being said, the climax was an out-and-out horror show, and if you closed your eyes for a minute or missed how it was all connected, let me do some explaining. Welcome back to our channel for a brand new video on Endings and Entities Explained, and this one's about a little girl who was subject to a terribly gruesome process. Let's get into it. So, what is the story about? At the beginning of the film, we're thrown into two family dynamics. One is that of the Cannon family, which is comprised of Charlie and his wife Larissa, and their two kids, Katie and Sebastian, with a third daughter on the way. Charlie is a news reporter who's currently working in Cairo, and Larissa is a nurse, with the two managing their job and taking care of the kids. They are a really happy and adorable family. The other one is that of Layla, her two brothers, and her parents. Layla's dad and sibling are what you could call normal and cheerful, but her mother, well, long story short, she's evil and mean. As seen from the trailer, we know Katie falls victim to some malevolent forces, and turns out it's none other than Layla's mother, whom she calls a magician. The movie sets up the idea early on that Layla and her husband, who honestly looks like he got dragged into it, are keeping a mummy hidden in their house. And for some reason, they're concerned that the mummy has woken up. Why? Because Layla's pet bird died inexplicably, oozing black liquid from her mouth. Yup, that black liquid is very important to the plot, so keep it in mind. The witchy woman's fear comes true, and the mummy does come to life, which means they now have to look for another fresh person to put in a basalt sarcophagus. And, obviously, it happens to be Charlie's little butterfly, Katie, who gets kidnapped from her own backyard garden. Now, Katie isn't a random choice. It's soon revealed that Layla used to be her friend, and through her, the woman has been grooming her, giving out candy and everything. So, when she comes to take Katie away, the little girl doesn't scream or anything. Rather, she starts enjoying the woman's magic tricks, one of which causes a scorpion to come out of an apple and into Katie's mouth, choking her. And then it's done. Katie has been gone for 8 years, and her family shifted to Albuquerque and is staying with Larissa's mother. On the surface, they try to be as normal as possible with their youngest daughter and son, but deep down, Charlie and Larissa have been carrying the guilt and trauma of losing Katie and are basically running on survival instincts. Fortunately, things take a happy turn for them. A call from the Egyptian embassy informs them that they've found Katie and she's alive. Well, that definitely calls for a celebration, right? And Grandma is right on track. She's got this cake and flowers prepared for Katie's homecoming, but the parents, on the other hand, are getting a series of do's and don'ts from the doctor. And us, we got a glimpse of something so utterly horrific, it crawled right under our skin. Pun very much intended, and let me tell you why. The doctor makes it clear that Katie has gone through severe dermal trauma for being locked in all these years and due to malnutrition. However, her heart and vitals are absolutely fine. Something fishy going on here. Anyways, when Charlie and Larissa finally see their baby girl after all this time, they probably had their hearts in their mouths but couldn't run away because, it's their kid after all. There she is with a grotesquely deformed face, a kind of blackish wrinkled skin, self-inflicted scratches on her face, and bent fingers that basically look like claws. Oh, and the nails. There's no mani-pedi on earth that could possibly salvage them. They're scary long, stiff, and just icky. The doctor warns them that Katie is showing signs of extreme movements, verbal tics, and is behaving erratically. She's been kept in a catatonic state for the last 8 years and is now under sedation. Also, she can no longer talk as a side effect of the trauma. You'd think that someone sensible would refer Katie to some institution for recovery, but no. Family love and support is apparently the best treatment for her now, so they bring her back. And almost immediately after her grandma chants a prayer, Katie starts contorting in a terrifying manner, which, by the way, we're convinced was a delightful nod to Regan from The Exorcist. In fact, there's another homage as well, where Katie throws up greenish fluid, but Lee Cronin took the possession horror to another level. Sorry, small spoiler there, but I'm sure you guys knew what we were in for here. Katie is obviously not a human anymore. She's possessed, but oh boy, the things she can do as a supernatural entity are, I don't know, man. It made me feel like I was watching a really good horror movie after a really long time. And I'm not easily satisfied. For starters, she moves around scarily fast, which at times almost seems like she's flying from one location to another, and she's eating weird stuff, like insects. Also, there's a sudden surge in coyote activity, which clearly has to do with Katie and the thing inside of her. Charlie soon senses something's wrong, but her mom isn't willing to let Katie out of her sight and takes up the challenge of restoring her health. This starts with cleaning her hair and cutting her nails, and Larissa accidentally strips away a chunk of her skin while cutting her toenail. Now, that's a personal nightmare come to life, but for Katie, it felt like a little bit closer to freedom. As it so happens, her dad rightly snoops around when he finds the part of the ripped skin and extracts layers of what looks like Egyptian hieroglyphics. However, an archaeology scholar, Dr. Bixler, clarifies that the language is something even more ancient, known as hieratic, and it's the first cursive text in Egyptian language. The inscriptions found on Katie's body show that it's been used to keep the demon Nasperanian. It's an ancient devil existing even before the time of Jesus and is known to destroy families and communities by turning people against each other. Yup, it's pretty simple to do the math. Katie is being used as a vessel for Nasperanian, who was not supposed to get out of that basalt sarcophagus, but somehow events led to it. Soon, she starts up with the typical demon behavior and even kills her grandma, saying,
"Don't worry, Grandma. It's fun to be dead."
She causes a huge ruckus, and by this point, everyone in her family has figured out that whatever this thing is, it's not their daughter or sister. Enter Officer Dahlia Zaki from the Zamalek Police Department, whom Charlie gave info to. Okay, tiny note here. As a kid, she had learned Morse code from her dad and somehow made sounds using her teeth to convey to her dad a name. Layla. Zaki connects the dots and finds Layla and her mother, and the truth as well, through a VHS tape. Zaki brings it over to the Cannons, and it all finally starts making sense. Layla's mother is from a family that has been containing the devil, Nasperanian, for ages in different bodies. Once the body is spent, the woman and her cult-like group conduct a ritual where a fresh body is offered to the Nasperanian to feed on and sealed in the sarcophagus. Layla's mother says a living human can do the job, but an innocent child is best, as the body lasts longer. The new host is then held before the old one, from whose face a black liquid, which is basically the soul of the devil, is transferred into the other vessel. And then they paste the clothes containing mythical chants onto the body, which over time fuses with the skin as a result of the mummification process. You get that skin pun now? Basically, when those clothes are ripped off, Nasperanian is slowly coming out from the ritualistic shackles that have kept him in control in the sarcophagus. Right as everyone figures things out, right when everyone's figuring things out, Katie too has been completely overtaken by Nasperanian, who's removed all the hieratic incantations and is now totally free. The demon starts possessing both the living and dead, brutally harming Charlie and even manipulating Grandma's dead body to put a scarab in Zaki's mouth, which tears through her vocal cords. Yes, both Sebastian and Maud, Katie's siblings, are mind-controlled by the entity, and they start behaving very aggressively, while Seb even tries to kill his mother. Their only hope is that Zaki has somehow learnt the charms from the video, and to save Katie from being devoured by Nasmaranian, Charlie decides to sacrifice himself. Zaki repeats the chant, but the demon seizes Charlie as its new host, forcing him into a sarcophagus too. But here's the catch. Zaki had actually shot Layla's mother when she went to investigate her house and unearthed the secret, but she had kept her alive, restrained to a hospital bed. A phone call between her and Larissa leads to a pact. We end up with a happy ending, at least to the extent which shows the two women teaming up against Layla's mom and preparing her for use as the new vessel into whom they would transfer Nasmaranian to from Charlie's body. The movie does end on a somewhat satisfying note for the Cannon family, but as far as the Nasmaranian is concerned, the demon has not been banished entirely, and it can very well find its way to other innocent families. It has just been shifted to another body, which does open room for a potential sequel. Entity Explained. Oh boy, really hope I'm not invoking some kind of ancient mummy curse by talking about Nasmaranian so much, but as we said, this is a 3,000-year-old devil whom Layla's family has been keeping confined in different hosts, and so far, they've used over 80 people. The demon is known for moving as a shadow among people and traveling from one person to the next, who was suddenly gone by 2000 BC. Yet, the apparent disappearance is due to Layla's ancestors, who have been using ceremonial bindings for generations to keep it from breaking free and causing havoc. But when Katie was awakened, it gave Nasmaranian the chance to exercise free will. As a result of using Katie's body, the girl's face looked hideous and her entire body decayed. It also exploited Katie's body by making her harm herself, like digging her leg wound with a fire poker. All the things she's been doing, spitting on her mother's face, crawling at frightening speed, and flinching at the word Amen, are actually all Nasmaranian. We don't get a chance to see how the devil actually looks, not even through old sketches or statues, but we definitely get to see what it can do. This might be an unpopular opinion, but we felt Nasmaranian is even stronger than Pazuzu. I mean, we love The Exorcist, but this friggin' guy? Holy crap. I mean, this demon can possess more than one person at a time and control their minds. Nasmaranian first possessed Maud, the youngest daughter of the Cannons, in a brutal levitation and thumping against the door sequence. Mind you, it didn't even touch her or even look at her. It did all of this from behind a door. From the next day on, Maudie starts abusing her teacher, laughing at her grandma's corpse, and tearing out her own teeth. Coming to grandma's death, Nasmaranian loses it when the old woman again tries to use God to save Katie. The demon uses her, lifts her from the ground, and blows, slamming the woman into the windows behind her and breaking them. And of course, you've got the typical demon manipulation, changing voices and speaking in a sometimes husky, grainy voice, while at other times using Katie's baby voice to deceive her siblings. It can also mess with electricity and flickering lights, and even toy with the water flow. There's one scene where Larissa starts filling up a bathtub, and suddenly, the water changes to a black liquid, which indicates that Nasmaranian is taking over. The family members attempt to keep it locked in the room, but guess what? It breaks through the ceiling and crawls on the goddamn walls like a spider, before punching through Granny's coughing and munching on her. In our books, Nasmaranian is one of the scariest and nastiest monsters we've ever laid eyes on. There are some cliched jump scares, yes, but Cronin executes them extremely well, like a wheelchair moving on its own, or a door closing simply due to Nasmaranian's influence. Coming to unique qualities, it manages to cause a sandstorm inside the house, and it has a weird fetish with nails. Once it's free from the occultist spells, it becomes indescribably violent, and there's a good amount of gore and crudeness. Some are calling it a spiritual sequel to Evil Dead Rise due to the mutilation, profanity, and blood splatters. However, if you really think about it, they all served a purpose and have been employed in a way to portray just how strong and menacing Nasmaranian is, and the amount of willpower and magic it requires to constrain it. However, even when the demon has ruined Katie physically and mentally, she does get control of her mind and body for some brief moments, which allows her to tell Layla's name to her father and live a normal life once the demon is expelled. The same thing happens to Charlie, who manages to spell out "I love you" to his family in Morse code from inside the sarcophagus. Perhaps a sequel will reveal the truth behind Nasmaranian's rise and its true form, or perhaps it's nothing but a shadow keeping people trapped in fear that it could break free any day, lurking quietly in the corners. Yup, the irony in that sentence is palpable. Sadly though, guys, that's all we got for today. This one's definitely going on our list of the best horror movies of 2026, and Cronin has done an excellent job at dealing with deeper themes like tragedy and family ties, exploring them just enough without overshadowing the outright horrific aspects of Nasmaranian's story. Let us know your thoughts in the comments down below, and if you like this video, don't forget to give us a thumbs up because it lets us know you want to see more of this kind of thing in the future. Otherwise, thanks for watching, stay safe out there, and we'll see you in the next one. Bye for now.
Holy God. I watched Lee Cronin's The Mummy film last night at a late night showing, and I heard that James Wan, of all people, walked out of the test screening for this film. I don't know if that's true, could be just a false gossip rumor, but after watching this film, I can kind of understand why. And I'm not saying that's necessarily because the film is bad. Could it be because the Mummy film is bad? Or could it be that this film gets so utterly gruesome at points that even a man like James Wan, who is a veteran horror director, couldn't take it? We need to be clear here when we're talking about this film. This is not a Mummy film. It's not like the Brendan Fraser's Mummy film. It's not even like the Mummy films before where it's about an actual mummy or an Egyptian pharaoh that's come back and has a curse on him. No. This is like an exorcist film. Demon possession of a little girl. That's what you're getting here. It's very obvious in the trailer if you've seen the trailer for this film too. And with that, you get many similar and familiar elements to those kinds of films. With a third act that is so WTF, like what the flying fuck? What the fat turtle hairy fuck is going on? At some point I was like, what am I watching? Can we just have this be over? This movie is about a family, two parents who lose their child. They had two kids, all right, a son and a daughter. The daughter got kidnapped in Egypt 8 years ago, and now we flash forward where they have another daughter now, and they're all settled. They've moved on, but then they hear and learn from the U.S. Embassy in Egypt that, your daughter's been found. She was found in a freaking 3,000-year-old Egyptian tomb that was being transported on a plane, and the plane crashed. The daughter that they find is not the daughter that they got back. Very familiar story. And if I was a parent and I saw my daughter looking like this, I would just tell Egypt to keep the child. This is a decrepit little girl who's like, any sound can, make her go off. And then she starts to have very erratic behavior when they bring her to the house. This happy family life is now turned upside down because this little girl crawls on all fours and starts eating things she shouldn't and starts behaving in ways that she shouldn't. And it gets to the point where this situation starts escalating into more and more violent stuff, and various family members get affected really, really badly. And we have pretty much a standard demon possession film on our hands with some mummy Egyptian mythos added to it. And some pretty crazy, wacky shit. I want to be upfront about something. My greatest horror archetype in that, the thing that scares me the most, and my audience knows this, is smiling brunettes who are demonic looking in the dark. Now, that usually is the case with older women. Like, maybe it's a mom thing. Maybe my mom, maybe I had a dream that she was chasing me with a knife or something. But older woman with brunette hair, smiling demonically in the dark with a knife in their hand, that's like my ultimate horror archetype. Now, this is a little kid, all right? When it comes to little kids who are possessed in these films, I actually feel a little bad when watching it because it's very dark shit when you really think about it. Like, that's an innocent child and they're getting fucked up. Her soul is getting tormented in there while her body's being completely ravaged by this being, this otherworldly force. That's very terrifying, especially when you see when you see what was done to this girl. This is some Epstein shit, alright? So I kind of feel bad until this chick starts going crazy. The filth that's on display on this camera, I'm just like, no, just kill her off. Nuke this place from orbit. I don't want to see a cell of this chick remaining. That's how creepy she was. That's how disgusting this film can get with her character. The makeup department did a fantastic job because every time a character gets near her, and this mom, by the way, has a habit of really wanting to get near her daughter to the point where I wanted this mother to just die so I didn't have to see these scenes anymore. She's getting near her daughter. She's getting cozying up to her daughter. And the daughter's like... And I'm just like, bruv, someone's about to get their face eaten off right now, bruv. Stop going near her. Stop touching her. Leave the little girl alone. Please. For my sanity. And I will say that's the biggest strength of this film in my eyes. The girl acting in this little girl's performance is really good. The makeup department did a fantastic job. She is creepy as fuck. I wouldn't want this girl on the same floor as me in this house. I wouldn't want her in the same city as me or the same country. In fact, if I knew this entity was walking Earth, I would probably try to board one of Elon Musk's shuttles into space. And that says a lot because I fucking hate Elon Musk. That's how much this shit would terrify me if I found out this bitch. Oh, I can't even say it. This demonic chick was there. And it's sad because it is a little girl getting possessed and demonically ravaged. But my lord, just nuke it from orbit, man. Don't get near it. There are scenes, bro, where she is doing terrible things to her family members, especially the grandma. The grandma gets it worse than anyone because the grandma's very oblivious to how creepy this little girl is. And the grandma's very religious, all right? She's Christian. She's saying prayers. She's talking about Jesus. Whenever she does that, she gets smacked. She gets socked right in the face, bro. This grandma almost gets knocked the fuck out on several occasions, then it just gets worse and worse. There is a scene with a toenail. It's the one that people will be talking about when this film's over. After you see it, and I'm not someone who gets really disgusted by gore. I'm a violence and gore fan, to be honest. But there's certain kinds of gore in certain kinds of body parts that when people just tug at it, and you think of all the things that could go wrong. It's something to do with nails, going inside nails or picking them out, or same with teeth, right? It's just that stuff. And eyes aren't a big problem for me, but it's like these little portions of the human body that just the crevices. It's the crevices, you know what I'm saying? This is one of those crevice scenes. The mom is I'm not gonna spoil it, but there is a scene where the mom is trying to cut this little girl's dusty ass demonic toenails. And it escalates. And me and my friends, we couldn't watch. We were like, oh, hell no. Hell no. Dude, there are some gore fanatics who are going to love this scene. There are sequences where people are just eating things they shouldn't. Insects, scorpions, disgusting food. This film gets filthy. It gets disgusting, bruv. Who's going to like this film? Okay? If you're a fan of Lee Cronin's past work, including Evil Dead Rise, which is, if you've seen Evil Dead Rise, the same exact directorial style. Emphasis on crazy sound effects, certain close-up shots, certain angles, right? The way it's directed, the music, it's the same kind of film. I think I like Evil Dead Rise a bit more, but if you liked Evil Dead Rise, and I know there's people who didn't, but if you liked Evil Dead Rise, you're going to like this. If you're a gore fan, if you really love gore and are down for that, you're probably going to like this, or like aspects of it. There's certain scenes where you're going to be like, yeah, you're going to be jerking off in that theater. This film, to me, is not that scary, despite everything I've said. It's not. I wouldn't say it's a scary film at all. The little girl is very creepy in it, but the thing about this film is it gets hard to watch. A friend of mine compared it to Bring Her Back. Again, I think Bring Her Back is a vastly superior film, but Bring Her Back is a very disturbing watch. Not because it's scary, but because it's gruesome, it's brutal. It's like there's no levity to it. But there's a key difference there. Because I think that works to Bring Her Back. I think this film has flaws, don't get me wrong, but I think that works to Bring Her Back strengths because there's such a dark film that makes you want to take a shower after, right? There's no humor. It's just disgusting. The Mummy, Lee Cronin, is a bit more of a predictable film with standard horror tropes that you've seen time and time before. You know, the demonically possessed girl. The way it ends is very predictable. The expert that the main character goes to, right, to get an opinion on. And then an exposition dump about what's actually happening, right? A dumbass mom. This mom is stupid as fuck, by the way. There's so many clear implications that this little girl needs to be taken out of this home and put in a facility that can handle her. And the mom's like, no, how dare you say that about our child? It's your fault. How dare you? You think you can't take care of your daughter? Are you crazy? Bro, have you seen this chick? Have you seen this little girl? Does this little girl look like she wants to be taken care of by you? The grandmother got socked in the face 2 minutes as of this girl getting entered into the house. Like, come on now. And I get it. Their parents, they get their daughter back after 8 years. It's a great, wonderful thing. You need to stop being low IQ. Me and my friends all said the same thing. This this mom was pissing us off. Partly because she kept getting close to the little girl and having scenes where we're just like, I don't care how much I love my daughter. If my daughter's looking like that and acting like that, I'm not getting too close to her, and I'm definitely not sharing a bed with her and sleeping with her for the night where I am going to fall asleep and she's going to do God knows what. I'm definitely not doing that shit. Definitely not. The dad's the smartest character in here, and even he makes some dumb decisions towards the end too, right? It's just fucking... I leave. I can't believe how stupid some characters can be in these horror films. But I think the biggest flaw in this film for me is the tone. The tone becomes all over the place. The third act gets so crazy. It gets so insanely crazy that there are things that are done that are, you can say the film is kind of trying to be darkly humorous, but it doesn't work for the subject matter we're touching on. I need to get into spoilers here, okay? So this is an ancient demon that's possessed this girl. It's not like a pharaoh or like an actual mummified person, right? This is, I think, from everything I saw, I forgot the name of it. It's an ancient demonic force that causes the breakdown of the family unit. That's what it does. It affects the husband, it affects the father, the mother, the siblings. All right? It's caused devastation. And basically, there's a ritual from the specific family is handed the responsibility to contain this evil by placing it into a person. And every vessel will eventually grow old and die off, and then the demon will be uncontained. So they have to continuously do the cycle. So this little girl, and I don't know why her specifically was kidnapped. I mean, I'm sure there's tons of little girls in Egypt, but she was the one. Basically, this Egyptian woman, who's a witch, essentially, does black magic and captures this little girl, okay? Causes her to pass out and kidnaps her. They take her to the ritual site, which is underground, and them along with this masked cult, this is Epstein shit, okay? They take this little girl and force her to get into a coffin with this demonic being who's like mummified, and the demonic being throws up in her mouth and basically transfers his essence into her, and she's now possessed. And then they lock her away in that tomb. That tomb was never supposed to be released. It was being transported from one place to another, and for whatever reason the plane crashed, because who knows, a demonic force made it happen. And then she gets released, and then her parents take her home. Then she starts to basically set the chain of events where her entire family becomes crazy. She first possesses basically the daughter. The sister goes full schizo in this. Starts attacking people, pulling out her own teeth, calling her teacher a cunt, you know what I'm saying? Like, goes crazy. The brother starts like smacking his head repeatedly on a pole and helps the demonically possessed sister get out, because the grandma is religious. The mummy demon basically is like, fuck this. I'm just killing you, bruv. I'm gonna choke you and hang you with your own cross necklace, and then I'm gonna throw you out a window so you can be eaten by coyotes. Yeah, the grandma has it worse than anyone. But when there's a scene where the grandma's possessed, for example, or the little girl's possessed, or the main mummy demon is talking through the girl, and they're using Deadite humor. It becomes very Evil Dead-esque in this film. Now here's the issue. That worked for the Evil Dead films because they had dark humor interspersed throughout, right? There was a different tone. This film didn't establish a tone to me that was Evil Dead-esque. So it's very dark. You're dealing with a little girl that's, I don't want to say the word because it's an algorithm problem with YouTube, but trafficked or trafficked, starting with a T. She was trafficked, all right, essentially, and now possessed by a demon who wants to kill the entire family. It's not Deadites from Evil Dead. Fun demonic horror. No, this is dark shit. And when the humor starts kicking in, it feels kind of out of place, and then things just start piling on and getting ridiculous in the third act with all these possessed people. At the end of the film, the dad, predictably, as anyone could have imagined, decides to take the daughter's place and says, in exorcist fashion, transfer the demon to me. So they do the ritual again, where it's honestly all it takes is to say a prayer and then get on top of the demon, and then the essence of her will be vomited into you. So he takes the demon. Basically what happens is, the mother and one of the detectives who was in Egypt who helped them with this case, they find the original witch who kidnapped their daughter 8 years ago, who's in jail there in Egypt. And their revenge and their form of justice is, okay, we're going to take the spirit out of the dad now and transfer it to this witch who started all this shit. She's going to get a taste of her own medicine. And they do. And I thought, okay, that ending makes sense. You know, gives the family some closure, and it makes sense for all the trauma this witch has caused them. She deserves this. The only thing is, though, when someone's possessed like this, you have to wrap them in specific cloths that have these incantations or whatever, right? With Arabic language that's very old, and you have to bury them. You have to, or keep them locked up. How do they transport this dude to Egypt? Because he's not in a coffin when he arrives to the jail cell for them to do the ritual where he now vomits his essence into the witch. He's on a chair covered up with cloths, sure, but he's still, alive, possessed. He's no longer himself. How the fuck did they get him to Egypt? How would you even get someone like that to Egypt who's possessed? How are you going to get them across security and customs unless they flew her in a special private plane? I guess government plane. Maybe the detective had some pull and did it. But even that, if that's the
That's most likely the case. The detective had some pull. She probably said, like, this is a deeply sick individual and got some special type of plane first class seating, and they didn't really ask a lot of questions. Maybe the customs, the flight customs or travel customs in Egypt were different when she arrived there, so it had to be. But here's my thing. How the fuck do they keep the demon from crashing the plane, bro? Like, you know, like, what caused the plane to crash when it was originally in Egypt? When they discovered the sarcophagus. You know, when that dude on the bicycle sees it crash down, the demon had to have something to do with it, right? Cause obviously, okay, we see that once the body starts to decay and die after so many years, it's ready for a new vessel. The demon needs to be put in a new vessel, and that's why the magician did it in the first place with Katie. But they put Katie in the sarcophagus and put that sarcophagus back in the pyramid underneath their house, underneath their basement. So it's kind of like, was that home later destroyed? No, that home was destroyed. How did that sarcophagus get dug up and then put on the plane? And then from there, what happened to make that plane crash? And think about it. Okay, if the demon did cause that plane to crash, couldn't it do that inside the dad, Charlie? Maybe it doesn't work like that. Maybe the demon kind of goes to sleep, and it takes a while for it to start to stall, I guess. Because it's when it's put in a fresh vessel, I think that vessel is like strong enough for it to be put asleep. Basically, it's kind of like putting it, you know, like in anesthesia in a way, which is the same shit they put on the mom. Maybe it paralyzed. The magician. I say mom because she was a mom. Maybe it paralyzed the demon, and maybe Charlie's body was enough to keep it asleep for just long enough for them to fly to Egypt without a problem, and then transfer it into the magician. That's my theory. But that's the thing about it. It's not really explained, and because it's not explained, you're allowed to make up a hypothesis like this. Where's my mouse, bro?
Case, right? Even if that's the case where you could fly him out to Egypt somehow and get him into this jail cell, even though you have one detective on your side and no one else knows about this. Let's say I give you the free benefit of the doubt, say the detective had some pull with her and got a government plane for them and no one knew about it, right? You need to have this demonically possessed being locked up. Otherwise, if you let it out, it'll gain the power to fuck over everyone, right? How the hell were they able to transport him into the jail cell with him on a wheelchair and get him to do this ritual without anything getting fucked up, without anything going wrong? Now I get it. He had the cloths all over him and the markings, and maybe that held him at bay. But it's also said that you need to have him locked down tight in this tomb. I guess the film is kind of playing fast and loose with the rules of how powerful this being is, because I'm pretty sure this being, even when it was locked up, caused the destruction of an entire plane, which caused its release to happen in the first place, right? Why wouldn't it do that again? I don't know. It's just like there's some inconsistencies there as to why this being couldn't get out when they release him again in the father's body. You know, it just, I don't know. Whatever the case is, though, I will say this is a fun movie. It's not a movie that I found boring. It's a fun, gory time with a creepy girl. Honestly, the girl's performance is what you're there for. You're there to see her scare the shit out of people, right? It's got some flaws in that. It's a very predictable horror trope-filled film with some tonal inconsistencies at the end where it just gets ridiculous, and an ending that may not make entire sense, you know? But for what it was, like, it's a fine movie. It's a fine. I don't think it's... People were saying this is horrible. It's absolute dog shit. It's not that. It's not the worst horror movie film I've ever seen. It's not the best. It's kind of middle of the road. Yes, it is. But if you want to see a little girl just become creepy and do some disgusting shit, this is your film. All right? This is your film. Bye.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are on a mission. to take over Hollywood. But the army must keep growing. If you want to suggest video topics to me, or talk about your favorite movies or favorite film theories in a community with like-minded individuals, join the Zaffy Discord now. Link is in the description and the comment section as well. Join us. This movement is just beginning. We're taking over Hollywood, one coke line at a time.
It doesn't work because it's not a mummy, and you don't need the mummy at all. It's a demon movie. All right, and welcome to After the Screen podcast. My name's Chris, the independent filmmaker.
I'm Jess, and I am not an independent filmmaker.
That's right, and we have another movie review for you tonight. And what do we have?
Well, we have Lee Cronin's version of The Mummy.
That's right, The Mummy that just came out, and we're going to break it down for you and tell you all about it. That's right.
We got some stuff to say.
We got stuff to say, and that's why you're here. So if you haven't been here, we do horror movie reviews and interviews with creatives in that space.
Mm-hmm.
So if you like that kind of thing, please like and subscribe and hit that bell notification, hit that like notification, and comment below because we respond to all your comments, right?
And we love the comments.
We love the comments. Yes, we do. And it helps out the channel. We really appreciate that.
Yeah.
Because we work hard on the back end to get this channel out to you, all of you out there. Yeah, so let's talk about this, right? That's why you came here.
Yeah, let's dive into this.
That's right.
This film here, because this was a little bit of a doozy, I feel
It's a doozy. We have a very mixed thoughts. You like it? Do you like it? So, I mean, that's where we are with that whole thing, and we're gonna break that down. All right, so a little bit about this film. So this starts out with a family living in Egypt, a husband and wife and their 2 kids, and one day the daughter runs into, well, she's been kind of running into this sorcerer for a little bit, this woman. And this day she ends up going missing. Family ends up trying to search for her for a little bit, then kind of gives up and goes back to their hometown. But 8 years later, she shows up, and she does not show up the same way. She's got some issues.
Yeah.
Needs some counseling. Yep.
She basically unleashes hell on them.
She I think that's a good one. I think, she just kind of unleashes hell on everybody.
Yeah.
All right, so let's talk about the good, bad, and ugly of this. I was excited about this for a little bit because Lee Cronin did Evil Dead Rise, and I love that movie. It's a really good addition to the Evil Dead franchise, and I think that a lot of people like this. So we were excited to wait and see what was going to happen with this one as well.
Yeah, especially because it's like a different take on the Mummy series.
Yeah, so it is not Brandon Fraser's Mummy.
No,
okay?
which I love.
Hey, we do love that franchise, but this is not. This is a completely different. So do not get that confused. So I think the big thing that really stood out for us on this was how gruesome and gory and
bugs,
the shock value
and bugs.
Oh, and bugs on this too. I think that really got you, right?
Yeah, I don't mind bugs. We live in Florida. We got bugs. It's it's a thing. But when it comes to bugs crawling out of people's ears and noses and mouths, like I can't. I'm sorry.
Yeah, Lee Cronin really leaned in a lot to the gory, the skin peeling off, the vomiting, the insects. It's a very much a body horror film, and if you do like the body horror films, then you're gonna like this one as well, and bugs kind of things as well. So I think I think even for the hardened
horror
fan, I think you're gonna be like a little shocked and a little skin crawling on this one because it does really push that limit.
Yeah.
On that.
But I think even when we walked out of the theater, I think you noticed in the theater, like I can sit still, I'll move around to kind of readjust, get recomfortable, but I don't think I've ever been so fidgety and squeamy. Like I kept having to move because of how the film was making me feel. So I think that was a super good thing on Lee Cronin's part. You make the audience feel like
he does
grossed out. Like I was.
He does.
Oh, there was one scene a scorpion came out and I was like, oh my god, it's coming out of my throat now. I'm like, oh.
Yeah, and I think he really leaned into, because like I said, if you like the Evil Dead Rise movie and that kind of, I think he leaned into that kind of craziness with it. So if you're used to that, then you'll be used to.
You'll be fine.
You'll be fine.
Ugh.
I think for most part, acting was good. I really liked. I really felt for the dad character, what he was going through. He kind of butted up against his wife, because his wife wanted to keep the girl there at the house, and he's like, I don't think this is going to work out because she's just off her rocker and crazy kind of thing. But I felt like for her, the bad side, I didn't really feel her. I felt like she was being more defiant towards him and not really for the girl. I didn't get the whole, like, she was looking out for the girl. She was just being defiant against her husband kind of thing. I mean, that's the way I took it, but I don't know.
Yeah, I think, when they brought her home, it was just like, it was very odd because you knew something was clearly not right with this girl. And they thought that they were going to doctor her and, bring her back to what she was. And it was just.
That's the thing is like, this is the one thing that really bothered me. I think that's why you brought me. I got excited about that.
Okay.
Is because any normal family, like with a film, you have to suspend disbelief because people flying in space and monsters and all that stuff. But when it comes down to human reactions, emotions, those to me have to be
on point,
on true and to normal grounded life. And when they did, like you were saying, they brought her back. They were like, "Oh, she's fine. She'll be fine." And I'm like, the chick does not look fine. She looks like
deranged.
She looks deranged. She's biting and headbutting the grandmother, and she looks like she has leather skin now. It's just like,
that's very interesting.
There's something wrong with this girl, and they're like, no, just give her time. And I'm like, no, you're not going to give her time because
she's a mummy now, apparently.
So it didn't.
There were certain parts that didn't hit as far as like the believable side of it.
Yeah, speaking of the mummy part, we'll talk about that in a minute coming up too, because why we don't think this is a mummy movie at all.
But I think the other thing too that like didn't hit for me in this film is I'm a very big true crime watcher. Forensic Files, Dateline, Force 48, you name it, I watch it. Most families in real life that lose a child to a kidnapping, homicide, or whatever, they don't leave the area. They don't leave the state. They don't leave the country. So for me, I'm like, that was not believable. Why did you just up and leave Egypt and go home to Albuquerque without knowing what truly happened to your daughter or continuing to keep the investigation alive?
I mean,
I'm not believing.
We don't know how long they stayed there, but I'm on board with you. I agree. I probably wouldn't want to leave where my child, was last seen.
No.
Kind of thing or anything like that.
Absolutely not.
Speaking of like how the child was acting too, because you said like she was doing Morse code to her dad because they were that's one thing that they connected on. They were practicing Morse code. She had this test or something before she turned into a mummy, and then she was doing Morse code with her teeth. There was a part that you didn't like because she went from that to
it's just I think that's where we're like losing the mummy believable aspect of it is because she's now clicking her teeth into Morse code and her dad picks up on it. And to me, I'm like, okay, great. This story is going to go from her being this psycho mummy to helping her dad figure out the mystery of what truly happened to her. And she goes from that to like, we go into full-fledged psycho mode and she is just this demonic devil monster.
Okay, so we'll talk about.
So that's where I think like
that's a good segue right into
the mummy aspect.
The mummy aspect. You could take the mummy out and you wouldn't lose anything. You could take him out of Cairo. You could take him out of the mummy thing because
you can take him out of the Florida beach.
Yeah, when you strip him down, she's possessed by a demon. And that's what they put the demon into a body and they wrap it within the mummy stuff to keep it at bay. And they find the youngest person to do that. I get the reason why they wrapped it, no pun intended, in a mummy thing, but it doesn't work because it's not a mummy. It's the mummy's, something on the outskirts, and you don't need the mummy at all. It's a demon movie, demon movie. That's a demon possession movie.
And I think like you even said like this almost is borderline Exorcist. Just the way her body movements were, the way she was acting.
Yeah,
it was just like your head tilted and you're like, she's not a mummy.
The movie comps are The Exorcist, and
Yeah.
not as good as The Exorcist, obviously, but nobody beats The Exorcist, the original Exorcist. But it's Exorcist meets Evil Dead because it was shot well. It was
Shot very well.
It's shot very well. I like the color grading on it. I like the shadow. I've talked about this a lot about the shadowy, and then the typical colors that were in it as well. The one thing, there is a lot of extreme close-up shots of even just right on the mouth or right on the eye or right wherever.
Too much.
And then they also had a lot of diopter shots, which are you have a background person and a foreground person, and they're both in focus. So it gives you this weird illusion, and then really far focal depth on the far side. That was used almost every other shot.
Way too much.
And to me, once it becomes so much of that, you start to notice that. And you don't want to notice the camera movements because that's not what the camera's there for.
You start focusing more on that.
You focus more on
going
that.
on in the shot.
And I get it. I think I could maybe see where Lee was going with that, because once it gets you in that close and bounces between, you feel like you're in this box and you're like, I am being taken my head and forced into this person's face to see what's going on. And you can't get away from that because this close, I can't, even backing away in my seat, I can't get away from it, right? So I think that's the reason for it, but I felt like it was overdone.
Yeah, I didn't need to see the ripping of the neck so much either. Oh.
Speaking of the opposite, let's say the opposite. There is some comedy in there, and if you liked Evil Dead, you know how Evil Dead has that goofy kind of little bit of comedy added into that horror, somebody running across the floor on all fours kind of thing. That's that Evil Dead kind of comedy to me. So there is that, and you can tell he brought that in. But also towards the end, the third act is almost an Evil Dead movie, because it is so walking on the ceiling, kind of thing. That is
walking on the walls.
Walking on the wall. That's Evil Dead all the way.
But I also think the other comic relief that was so great and so true
like that part,
to the culture, which I loved, was the two abuelitas. Sorry, I can't pronounce it very well. That were talking over the grandmother's casket, which totally lightened up the mood. And then you went right back into it.
Yeah, they were fun.
They were funny. Yeah, I would have loved to just watch them for another 30 minutes, and then her eating the bloody deviled egg.
Deviled egg, which I like deviled eggs, and
yeah, you were like, oh, they ruined the deviled egg.
maybe not with the blood on it, but it's a long film.
Yeah,
it's a long film. I'm a good horror movie film, or probably almost any film, at 130 to 140. This is a 2 hour and 14 minute movie, and for a horror movie that makes it a little long. I think they could have cut a little bit out. We kind of wanted to get to okay, this is what's going on, and then what's the mystery, why, because the family is trying to find out why. Although I did like the ending with the dad and the daughter kind of thing. That was a really nice button up to the end of it. I really appreciated that, the way they were, because I was through it, I was not sure how they were going to end it. I think it's a decent film. I think it has a lot of good parts to it. Definitely, if you like the body horror and the gruesome and all that stuff, it's really good. I would say go see it in the theater.
Yeah,
because
I would too.
The surround sound, they really leaned hard into the sounds and everything, the creaking behind you, and
you get the full you feel like you're in the house.
You get the full effect in the theater. So I would recommend that you do see it in the theater. I think my Screaming Smiles recommendation for this is going to be probably a 3.
Okay.
I'm thinking a 3 on this one.
I'm actually gonna agree with you on it.
Oh, okay. You're gonna go Screaming Smiles 3 on this too?
I think I'll go with 3.
Yeah.
There was things I liked, and there was a lot of stuff I didn't like. But
yeah,
overall, I think it accomplished what it wanted me to feel.
Right.
And it did that.
I think for this review, I think it's going to come up to the viewer.
Yeah.
What kind of things you liked? Are you a huge Lee Cronin fan? Are you a huge Evil Dead fan? Do you love body horror? So I think it's going to come up to those kind of things, and that's kind of why we want to tell you all about all that. If you do want to see it, go see it in the theater.
Yeah,
because
it's worth it.
You get that experience for sure.
But if you can't, turn the surround sound on in the house, because that'll definitely make you creeped out.
It's surround sound and move closer to the TV.
Very close to the TV.
That's right. All right. So if you enjoyed this review, please like and subscribe and comment below.
Yes, we love the comments.
Please comment below. Tell us, what your kind of
thoughts were.
Thoughts were on this, you know.
Did you think it was a mummy movie, or did you think it was a demonic Egyptian devil movie?
Yeah, what's your favorite devil slash demon
movie
slash horror slash mummy
Oh
movie?
my god.
All right, and thank
see
you
you
for
next
joining us, and we'll see you next time.
Bye.
Bye.
What is going on, everybody? James Hancock here, and back to review the new Blumhouse horror movie, Lee Cronin's The Mummy.
Oh, wait, that's it. I think that's all we got for today. Because I would like to watch other people. But, they're all going to say the same thing. I mean, for example, I'll show you one more. I'll play one more. Go ahead and play it. Don't give me complications.
The newest horror movie to get some incredible early reactions, calling it the scariest film of all time, is The Mummy. Oh, well, I'm so sorry. I wouldn't dare want to get the title wrong. Lee Cronin's The Mummy. Either way, Brendan Fraser, not in this movie. Tom Cruise, not even in this movie. This is a return to horror, full stop, for The Mummy. I wasn't really sure what to think of this one. The trailer was odd to me. It really kind of made it seem like a more generic demon possession story that just kind of had like the superficial skin of a mummy movie. And then when the runtime was revealed to be 2 hours and 15 minutes, that seemed a little odd. That's a little long for a movie like this, typically. So I wasn't super excited, but there were some really solid early reactions talking about the gore and people calling it really scary, and I was hopeful. Even if I go in expecting not so much, I'm always hopeful that I'll have a good time. And I had a not bad time. The movie is fine. It's pretty much exactly what I expected it to be. But I do want to start by talking about the things that I liked. I do really enjoy the setup for this movie. I was pretty engaged by the first half because you have these parents who, while in Egypt, their young daughter is kidnapped. She's gone for 8 years. They've essentially moved on with their lives. You can see little issues here and there in how they now behave differently as a family, but they stayed together. They're taking care of their other kids. They're doing as best as they can with such horrible grief. And then all of a sudden they find out their daughter has been found alive, but she is, of course, in a terrible state. And now they have to deal with trying to reincorporate her back into the family, into some semblance of a normal life. And even before they find out any of the mummy shit, as far as they can tell, how it seems, their daughter was tortured the entire time she was gone. And is such a horrifying idea. It's a terrible situation to imagine yourself in, having that happen to your child and then having to see them in that state even before anything supernatural happens. It's just a sad movie. And you see the way they process this grief differently. I think Jack Rayner and Laia Costa are really good as the parents. The dad is more focused on trying to find out what happened and who did it, whereas the mom is just trying to take care of her now that she's back. And the little girl who plays our little mummy, she was committed. She had a lot to do. I think she nailed it. I like the visuals, I like the way it's shot. Lee Cronin is apparently a massive fan of the split diopter shot. And if you're not aware of what that is, it's when you have objects in the foreground and the background and they're both in focus at the same time. He did it in Evil Dead Rise, although I don't remember how many times. In this movie, holy shit. If it shows up in a movie, it's usually like once, maybe a couple times. He does it so many times in this. And I really like split diopters. I'm one of those guys where when I see it, I do like the Leo meme, like, oh, there it is. They did it. But it gets to a point when you've done it 20 times and you're kind of just doing it at any random scene just because you feel like it. At that point, it's like, okay, man, chill. Overused. But I still liked the visual style overall when we're in the setting of Egypt or when we're back home with the family in New Mexico. This movie is pretty gross, which I really appreciate. Great practical effects. There's a lot of fluids, a lot of vomit. Way too much. I don't need any of that, really. I don't need the vomit and the spit up and all that crap. And his experience on Evil Dead Rise carries right over into this, because it feels a lot like an Evil Dead movie. There's people getting their skin peeled off, teeth are coming out, and weird shit is happening with toenails, and I don't know what it is. I can watch like innards and weird shit going on with blood all day, every day, but the nail stuff, something about it. That's the one thing. That's the thing that gets me for some reason. It is not afraid to be visceral, and a lot of this stuff is happening with this child who has been in such a horrible situation already. It is a dark, serious, sad tone, and on top of that, you have all of this blood and vomit and shit, and so I respect how far they went with it, and that was definitely necessary. The gore helped the movie stand out with an otherwise pretty standard story. The movie really ended up being mostly what I thought it would be. It's kind of just a demonic possession, and it just happens to be in Egypt sometimes. And that's fine. You can take different spins on these classic stories. Like some of the earlier Mummy movies are all very different and strange. But it's a bit of a shame to kind of waste the concept a little bit. Like, you don't get mummy movies, especially not ones that are horror focused, nearly as much as you get the 7,800 demon possession movies that are coming out all the time. And so when you have the shell of a more unique concept, and when you break open that shell, within it, it's a more generic concept, like secretly Trojan horsed to you. It's like, oh, well, shit. I really kind of lost interest in the second half because the supernatural shit started, and it was just the stuff you see all the time in every horror movie. The little girl is talking with like a two-toned demon voice and trying to manipulate the children and being like, I'm going to eat your heart, and she's levitating and just doing like demon shit. Her head never spins around, I guess I'll give it that, but it's just kind of all the stuff that you expect to see from a movie like this, and I like the Evil Dead influence, but this is also not an Evil Dead movie, and so it gets a little weird because even down to a lot of the specifics and the makeup and the things they say, a lot of it just feels straight up like Deadites. And I'm like, you already did this movie. You didn't get it out of your system? Like, you were like, there's something else I wanted to do in that movie. I didn't get to do it. I gotta do it here. You get the trope that I'm so sick of, where we gotta go talk to the expert, you know? We gotta go find a person who studies this or a person who has experienced this before, and they're gonna translate this stuff for us, and they'll be like, where did you get this? In ancient Egyptian, this means whatever. That tropey, I'm so sick of that. That character is in like 2 scenes. He's not relevant at all, but he's in there because that's the trope, and you gotta have it in every horror movie. And it just adds to the runtime, which is one of the movie's biggest issues. If you're gonna go for Evil Dead, there is some merit to that, but this is 45 minutes longer than any Evil Dead movie should ever be. It really starts to overstay its welcome, because in the second half, all that's mostly happening is just kind of the standard demon possession stuff that I've seen so many times, and when it's going on for so long, I'm really just losing interest. There is some interest at the beginning, a little bit of mystery in exactly why they kidnapped her and why they trapped her in the sarcophagus. What were they going to do with her? Is there some greater goal here? And when you find out what it is, and then it's basically just, there's a demon, like that's the whole answer. There's a demon. Oh, that's it? Okay. You could do cool mummy lore, but the answer is just, there's a demon. I was a little mixed on the ending of the movie. I didn't even really mind what happened in theory, but it just felt a little bit off. It felt like a reshoot. It felt like they had one ending, test audiences didn't like it, and so they added another one just on top of that in the last 2 minutes. I don't know if that's what happened, but that's how it felt. So I wish this had been the scariest movie I've ever seen, which some early reactions legitimately did say, and just, early reactions mean literally nothing anymore. I think we all understand that by now. People just exaggerate, whether intentionally or just because they get so wrapped up in the moment and in the fun of being able to see these movies early and the desire to be able to attend these events. They might even be doing it unconsciously. Some of them definitely do it consciously. But there's a lot of exaggeration out there, and in some cases outright lying when people are like, it's the greatest experience of my life. And it's like, you don't fucking believe that. You do not believe. There's nothing scary in this movie. Genuinely, like, not even a little bit. I mean, sure, the concept of losing your child and them becoming a mummy, that's very sad. Horrifying situation to be in. If you get really freaked out by gore, okay, there you go. But in terms of anything I would ever actually call a scary film, not even remotely close. Anybody going to that kind of extreme, it can just almost always be dismissed, and especially in this case, like, there's no fucking way you believe that. What are you talking about? Even some of the more tame early reactions that weren't like, oh my god, 10 out of 10 masterpiece, it's so weird to see it happen because you get those earliest reactions where everybody drops them all at once, and they're all saying so many similar things, how disgusting it is and how intense it is and exciting, how much they loved it. And then once more people start to see it, the Rotten Tomato score comes up and it's like 58 something like that. I think that's what it debuted with, and it's like, oh, what the hell were those guys talking about? And if they genuinely liked it, cool. But there are exaggerators out there, and it just shows you that you can never take that shit too seriously, because it's every horror movie nowadays. Every single one gets heralded as the most terrifying thing you'll ever witness. This is a standard demon possession story. It's elevated a bit by having the mummy skin, although I wish it was more integral to everything that's actually happening. I like the visuals, I like a lot of the gore, the acting is good. But this is just kinda a demon possession movie, so I didn't have a bad time by any means. It's way too fucking long. I'm not gonna watch it again. I'm excited for Brendan to come back. Is that next year? 2028? I hope it's next year. I was excited to see a more horror-focused version of The Mummy, but oh well. I love that Brendan Fraser film, and the sequel is fun too. They never made a third one. They never did. So we'll just have to stick to those. But leave your thoughts down in the comments if you thought this was super scary, you're freaked out by the gore, you didn't like it, whatever you think. Agree, disagree, this is all just my opinion, so we can talk about yours down in the comments. Thank you for watching. Leave a like if you enjoyed. Subscribe if you want to see more from me. We got Over Your Dead Body, which I've already seen, and that review will come out sometime within the next week, and then the Michael Jackson biopic. That should be something. I don't know. But thank you so much for watching, and I hope to see you next time.
Yep, that's it. The score, let's look at the score real quick. Critics don't like it very much. The audience is okay. Probably a bunch of people that really don't know about film much, but so it should work for me. Didn't enjoy it. I didn't enjoy it. That's about it. See ya.